Intelligent Technologies, ICACIT 2021. I would like to thank you for your wholehearted participation. University House in the Greater Noida, NCR, New Delhi, India, started in the year 2011 as a part of the Galgotias educational institution. Galgotia is a name to reckon with in education and publishing in the entire nation. The university, in this short span of time, prides itself in having enrollment over 25,000 students across more than 100 undergraduate and postgraduate grants. The university aspires to and works to achieve excellence in teaching, research, and innovation. Develop the future leaders of the country and the world. 2021 International Conference Advanced Computing and Intelligent Technology being jointly organized by School of Computing Science and Engineering, SCSE, and School of Electrical, Electronics and Communication Engineering, SECE, Galgotias University, India, and Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University Siena, Italy. ICACIT 2021 is a non-profit conference and it will provide an opportunity to the practicing engineers, academicians, researchers to be in a forum to discuss various issues and its future direction in the field of computing, intelligent engineering and technology. The conference aims to put together experts from the relevant areas to disseminate their knowledge and experience from the relevant future research scope. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. P. Bajaj, for the opening remarks of the conference. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Sandeep Verma, Secretary, Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India, New Delhi. So we are honored to have you here at the inaugural function of this conference. So Professor Sandeep Verma, Secretary, Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India. Professor Andra, Global Director of Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena, Italy. Professor Monica, Professor, Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena. Dr. N. Venkatesh, Senior Director, Engineering, Silicon Labs. Distinguished speakers, Professor Babu, Dr. Ravindra, the deans of the two engineering schools of Galgotias University, Professor Munish and Professor Mohapatra, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone and thank you for joining us in the International Conference on Advanced Computing and Intelligent Technology, ICACIT 2021. To our eminent speakers, delegates who have joined from all over the world, I bid you a very warm welcome on behalf of Galgotias University. We are indeed honored to have, all of you to be here and through virtually. The participants from all over the world have joined making our conference truly international. I'm grateful to all the experts who have joined here to share their knowledge. We were very eager to organize this conference in the university campus. However, due to COVID pandemic, which is still not over, we have to organize this conference in a virtual mode. We are welcoming all our eminent speakers, guests, attendees to visit the university when the situation becomes normal and collaborate with us to share their knowledge, expertise, research, and excel in the field of, research and development. Gone those days when we used to work in isolation. Now, with extensive use of ICT and otherwise also the research cannot be complete unless it is in the collaboration. So I'm very happy that at this platform, this is a conference which we started this year to provide an opportunity to practicing engineer, academician, researchers to meet at the forum, to do the networking, to explore the opportunities for the collaborative research, discuss on the leading areas and decide the future direction in the field of computing and intelligent systems, engineering and technologies. The conference aims to put together the experts from the relevant areas to disseminate their knowledge, experience. We have privilege to holding this conference jointly with the Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena, Italy. And we are very, very thankful to University di Siena, Italy for their support as a host for this virtual conference. We are very grateful to Springer Nature Singapore for their support in the publication partner for this conference. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee for their hard work, efforts in planning and coordinating this event. In closing, I encourage delegates to participate actively in the interesting discussions over the last 2 days. I wish everyone to be a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words, which inspire all of us. Now, I would like to invite Professor Andrea Gray, Director, Department of Information, Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena, Italy. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon for you. I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Professor. It's morning for us here. Good morning.
Okay, so it's a pleasure for me to give a warm welcome to this conference. I will just spend a few words about our department and university. I don't know if you are familiar with Siena, which is a town in the center of Italy. And this department is called Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics. The history of engineering in Siena is quite short, conversely to many universities in Italy that are very old, including Siena. Engineering started in 1991 in Siena, and in 2012 we joined in the mathematics department. So this is a department that has both engineers and mathematicians. Now we have 62 faculty members and approximately 100, including PhD students, postdocs, technical staff, and external collaborators. We have approximately 1,000 students, 650 bachelor and 250 master students. The main topics that we face are information engineering. So our research includes many of the topics that are treated in this conference: computer science, telecommunications, electronics, automatic control, electromagnetics. And we have a math group that is both interested in applied math, like data science or complex systems, and in fundamental math. The research is growing during the years, and we ranked among the top universities in the last evaluation of the research in Italy in the fields of industrial and information engineering. An important thing for us is the international attitude of our university. Since 2017, all the master courses are taught in English, and we welcome international students in our course. And actually, we have also many Indian students, and we are very happy of that. And so I invite if you have students that want to make an experience in Europe, you can suggest to spend a semester or the entire master in Siena at our university. And so I'm very happy to wish to all of you a pleasant and fruitful conference. And I hope you will enjoy all the talks and the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. Now I would like to invite Professor Monica Piacini, Professor, Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena.
Okay, good morning to all attendees, and thank you for joining us today at the 2021 International Conference on Advanced Computing and Intelligent Technologies. As you said, I'm Monica Bianchini from the Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics of the University of Siena, which co-organized this conference together with the Galgotias University. Just before we begin, I really would like to express my gratitude to all of you who have helped us make this event run smoothly. These are actually hard times, in which we have to stay at home and share our ideas only on the basis of online meetings. And yet, virtual conferences are important. They are important opportunity, especially for young researchers, but also for faculty members and professionals to discuss and improve the quality of their work. Actually, as I said, my director, many people in my department are involved in research areas that fall within the scope of this conference. My personal research, in fact, is focused on artificial intelligence and in particular on neural network models for structured data, for complex data. And Professor Abrardo, who will illustrate his work tomorrow in the afternoon, has a deep experience in the field of resource allocation strategies for wireless networks, with a particular emphasis on 5G systems. I really think that technological developments on cutting-edge research areas will play a fundamental role in recovering from the dreadful situation we are now experiencing and which is totally changing our lifestyle. I think that this conference will bring together experts from important technology areas from around the world who are here this morning to spread their knowledge and experience. ICACIT will provide a platform for exchanges views on the latest techniques, standards, technologies, and applications, enabling a fruitful contamination of established expertise and new proposals. I hope this event will inspire ideas and discussion on how we can make our world a better place to live. So many thanks to all and enjoy your participation to this meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm sure we are going to get benefited by your experience and knowledge. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sandeep Verma, who is the Secretary Science and Engineering Research Board, the statutory body of the Government of India, New Delhi. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes.
Yes. So, first of all, let me thank Professor Bajaj, who is the Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Professor Garuli, Director, Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena, Professor Monica Bianchini, Professor in Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena, my distinguished guest, Dr. N. Venkatesh, Dr. R. Venkatesh Babu, and other colleagues from Galgotias Engineering. It's a great pleasure to be part of the 2021 International Conference on Advanced Computing and Intelligent Technology. This is, as other speakers have said, this is such an emergent topic of interest where India has distinct cutting edge in technologies, in manpower, in overall capabilities. And I think this conference couldn't have come at a better time. Just to tell you a bit from the government side, from the Ministry of Science and Technology side, you may have noticed that India has announced a massive $1.5 billion initiative on what is called as Intelligent Cyber Physical System, Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. And we have created 25 innovation hubs across India in very many disciplines that touch upon this this important area of cyber physical systems. And you would find that not only we are encouraging formation of these innovation hubs, but we are connecting these innovation hubs to sectoral application hubs where artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, cybersecurity, robotics, Industry 4.0, all these areas of interest could be connected to our national missions where India would like to go ahead, head-to-head with the global superpowers. And we would like to also create the right atmosphere for our citizens so that the advancement of technology reaches each and every citizen of India. So that is one motivation that we have started off with. And some of you would have known through, our announcement, ministry's announcements, that we want also to bring these intelligent technologies to common man for social justice, for reforms in governance, for reforms in our scientific R&D. So with this ambitious plan, we last year we started off with the cyber physical system, which is $1.5 billion initiative in purchase power parity. And you'll be also very happy to know that we are just going to announce a $3 billion US initiative on quantum engineering and quantum computing. Again, this is going to be a very diffuse technology intervention, which is going to go through many institutions, many universities, so that the future of India, the citizens, the students, the researchers, postdoc, younger faculty, they're going to get equal possibilities in getting excellent funding when they want to tackle such emergent technology. So new strategic and emergent technologies is our priority, and we are putting enough money in this area. Just to finally tell you a bit about what else is being done in this area of intelligent machines in terms of computation, we have launched what is called as the National Supercomputing Mission. And you'll be very happy to know, and I'm very proud to share with our colleagues and friends from Italy that India is now manufacturing our own supercomputers. So what we plan to do is that many institutions will have petaflop capabilities in days to come. So we have already installed 5 such machines across India, and many such machines, at least dozen more, are going to come up within a couple of years to satisfy the first phase of our supercomputing mission. So it is from importing these supercomputers, now we are going towards manufacturing supercomputers, putting them in our academic and research laboratories and making the best use of it by connecting not only the institutions where these machines are located, but also we are going to provide nodes so that other universities, other institutions, our colleagues in less endowed or where the infrastructure is slightly weaker, they can connect to these supercomputers, and they can use the facilities for their need, for their research, for their international collaborations, to name a few. So you can imagine that these capabilities will bring a lot of benefit for colleagues and for collaboration. And finally, I would like to just put on record that we have been very fortunate that in recent times, we have been getting quite a bit of good connect with industrial partners. So for example, IBM, Intel, GE, Applied Materials, Mentor Graphics, Texas Instruments. So most of these agencies are signing up MOU or letter of intent with my own organization, which is Science and Engineering Research Board, which some of you would know as one of the top premier funding agency, R&D funding agency of India. We fund everything from atoms to astrophysics, from environment to molecular biology, and the niche initiatives are all covered by my organization, and it is one of the most sort of effective and responsive organization as of now for international connect and for national support at all levels of funding, starting from PhD students all the way to established investigators. So with this background, I hope I am able to bring in that enthusiasm that India looks forward in next 10 years in advanced computation, so that our dominance in this area, our expertise in all levels of computer science, theoretical computer science, as well as applied computer science remains unmatched. And the human resource or human capital that we are going to generate through our efforts is going to be used by all countries around the world. And at the same time, satisfying the clarion call of our Honorable Prime Minister of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which in English translates to self-reliant India. So we want to get into the accelerated mode of self-reliance. We want to get into the accelerated mode of Make in India and provide solutions. As you have seen, India has provided incredible service to the humankind by giving COVID-19 vaccine, which had afflicted both Italy and India so badly, right? So our prowess from vaccine manufacturing to supercomputer manufacturing is going to touch upon the lives of our compatriots, not only compatriots, but the entire humankind. And we look forward to the future with much hope and aspiration that we will be able to to form bridges of collaboration through such conferences in niche areas of new strategic and emergent technologies. With these words, I would like to thank all of you for creating this opportunity for our students, for our faculty to get involved, get the ball rolling, despite being on the virtual mode. But I hope our friends from Italy would have a chance to visit us in India in not so a distant future, so that we can sit across table and share our ideas and initiate collaboration. So thank you so much. And I understand it's quite early in the morning for our Italian colleagues, so have a great day. Have a great meeting, and Professor Bajaj, to you and your colleagues at Galgotia, Godspeed, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. And we express our gratitude for sharing such a wonderful information, valuable information with all of us. Now, I would like to welcome our guest, Dr. N. Venkatesh, Senior Director of Engineering Silicon Lab.
Yeah. So good morning, all. Thank you so much for inviting me to the inauguration of the International Conference of Computing and Intelligent Technologies. It's actually a very vast topic, very important one for all of us here. A lot of innovation is going on. So I work at Silicon Labs, headquartered in the US, in Austin, Texas, and we have a development center here in Hyderabad, in India, southern India. And we actually, we are a leader in the wireless technologies for the IoT. So as you know, more intelligence requires more connectivity, because you need some data on which you can carry out decisions and take some actions on it. So all kinds of devices are being connected to each other. They are being connected by various means. It can be short range, long range. And the Silicon Labs, we have done a lot of work over the last 20, 25 years on bringing the best wireless technologies at the lowest battery consumption to address multiple users. So we do Wi-Fi, we do Bluetooth low energy chips, we do Zigbee and Z-Wave, and we do proprietary wireless, and we do the utility network called Wi-Sun. We do Thread, which is a mesh protocol for the home, and then the new upcoming standard called Connected Home over IP. So all of these technologies can help make our homes connected, our campuses connected, our cities connected, our communities connected. And when you connect everything together, there are so many things that you can do to make life safer, more productive, and for all of us, and make it possible for people to focus on innovation and their imagination. And whatever they can imagine, they know the technology is there today to bring that to reality. So whether you are going to talk about computing, I mean, I know that we have the National Supercomputing Mission has done a lot in terms of providing advanced computing facilities to a lot of universities. It is also encouraging a lot of organizations, including our own, which we had worked on in a previous avatar, in trying to bring advanced computing into the edge. That means that we are trying to create hardware structures which will provide, 800 times to 500 times more power efficient computation than what is there in a general purpose computing today. So devices will be able to take decisions on their own based upon a lot of algorithms developed using supercomputers, and then summarized into an inference engine that can work on in any device. And these devices will all talk to each other. Communication and connectivity is the key. And I do know from my 35 years of experience of working in electronics in India and in the US, that given the right the support, the infrastructure, and the encouragement, the engineers here can do wonders. Okay, in our own company, Indian engineers have created more than 100 US patents over the last many years. We can innovate, and then we can bring our innovation into practice. So we as a company are also involved in several smart city initiatives here, trying to bring new technologies to make a lot of areas of work more efficient and productive. So with these conferences, we hope that engineers will get together with other people who have burnt their hands and learned things the hard way, understanding a little bit more, get more insight, and then trying to bounce off their innovations and their ideas, amongst others, get feedback, and so that they can make whatever they are doing a little bit better, and then become part of a very productive engineering workforce that the India and the whole world badly needs. Okay, so thanks so much to Rabindranath and Dr. Preeti Bajaj and for starting this initiative. And thanks so much for the support from University of Siena, Professor Sandeep Verma. Thanks so much, and I hope to be part of this wonderful journey where we are trying to make a difference for all our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. R. Venkatesh Babu, Co-Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University.
Thank you very much, madam. So a very good morning to all the esteemed guests, Professor Andrea, Professor Monica, Dr. Venkatesh, Professor Sandeep Verma from SERB, and my dear colleagues at Galgotias, respected Vice Chancellor, madam, Professor Munish, Professor Mahapatra, and all my team. So it's very heartening and very encouraging that even during these testing times of pandemic, we are still able to connect with each other thanks to the advanced technologies. And the main purpose that these conferences serve is that they provide a platform for the researchers to share their ideas, to know where their colleagues and compatriots are, to know their fields of interest. And more importantly, it provides an opportunity for networking. So now that we get to know more people who are working in our field and our allied fields. So having said that, I've seen that we have, from Ravindra, I heard that we have received more than 100 papers over these 2 days. We'll be having presentations from various countries. And I'm really looking forward to the event that the kind of research that is going on in our country as well as our neighbors and our colleagues and competitors, where they are, what is the standard that they have set, and where are we comparing to the advanced technologies that our neighbors are going on. So having said that, I really thank very much the colleagues from Siena who have made their time available to us. And I wish the function a grand success. Thank you very much, all of you. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for wishing us. Now I would like to invite Professor Munish Sabarwal, who is the Dean of School of Computing Science and Engineering. Sir, please.
First of all, very good morning, and I welcome all, wherever you may be, in whatever part of the world, to International Conference on Advanced Computing and Intelligent Technologies. I think the advanced computing itself is something that requires some kind of engineering and computing power to solve the complex problems of the society. If we could utilize our the advanced computing to solve complex problems of the society. For example, I think advanced computing can be used to solve some of the complex problems that we have in healthcare. I think advanced computing can be used to provide solutions for e-governance so that we could provide the basic services of the government to the last mile, the last citizen of our country. And this is what can be done. And we have seen, in India, we have utilized the advanced computing power to provide better e-governance to the last mile. Even in these tried and testing times of COVID, we have utilized the apps to provide vaccination, to aware people of COVID-19 through advanced computing, through applications. Advanced computing can be utilized to solve the complex problem of the society utilizing quantum computing. And there is one area that I am very optimistic about is the automotive sector. E-vehicles. If we have to bring down the carbon emissions, if we have to improve our environment, if we have to work on the climate change aspect, then what we need to do, we have to move towards e-mobility. And what e-mobility can do, there is a lot of advanced computing that is required, not only for battery optimization so that we can travel a few hundred kilometers more utilizing the same battery, but I believe that a personal automobile is one of the largest gadget at the moment that a person can own. And that vehicle has a lot of onboard gadgets like the infotainment system. And if we utilize the battery optimization technology, these e-vehicles can drastically help in preventing the climate change. They can drastically reduce the carbon footprint in the world. And also the other important factor in the automotive sector is autonomous driving. I think autonomous driving is something that advanced computing can play a major role, that we need not drive our cars. The vehicle can drive on its own. Not only does it gives you the convenience, but it prevents a lot of accidents, because I think the more people do not die with a lot of healthcare problems than they do with a lot of accidents around the world. And that could be avoided. One more area I think advanced computing could be a game changer is smart cities, utilizing the power of IoT and cloud computing, because we could improve our standards of living through this. Another area that I was reading, 2-3 days back in the newspaper in India, here that the government maybe is coming up with its own versions of social media, its own versions of WhatsApp, its own version of Facebook, its own version of search engines. And I think that could be a game changer, because we are a diverse country. We speak thousands of languages. And if we could have a localized version of search engines, a localized version of communication, and we could utilize them in our own regional language, it could give us our customized Indian kind of content. I think so. These are briefly some of the areas I think smart computing could be a game changer. And I, being the Dean of School of Computing Science here, we jointly organized this conference with the School of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, along with the Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University of Siena. Everybody who's played a part in organizing this conference, I would like to thank our patrons, our Vice Chancellor, our Pro Vice Chancellor, and Ravindra Shaw, and all the other people who directly or indirectly, played their part in organizing the conference. And also a special thanks to the honorable speakers who came in, our chief guest, Mr. Professor Sandeep Verma from SEECE, and also our special guest, Dr. N. Venkatesh from Silicon Labs. I would like to thank everyone for their contribution in making this conference a huge success, and maybe we could repeat this year on year. And is last but not the least, special thanks to all the contributors who put in their novel research for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable information with all of us. Now I would like to invite Professor Devaswat Mahapatra, Dean of School of Electrical, Electronics and Communication Engineering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Usa. It's my pleasure to offer you vote of thanks for the inauguration ceremony. I am really happy to share that Galgotias University continuously encouraging the student as well as the faculty member to connect with at the global level. So we have achieved another milestone in terms of global presence as well as the networking. I am extremely thankful to the management and to our young CEO, Sri Dhruv Galgotias, for encouraging us. I am thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Priti Bajaj, for providing us the opportunity to conduct this or to organize this conference. I am also thankful to Professor Andrea, and Professor Monica, and our chief guest, Professor Sandeep Verma, and special guest, Dr. N. Venkatesh from Silicon Lab, our Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor R. Venkatesh Babu, and my colleagues, Dean School of Computing Science and Engineering, Dr. Munis. I am extremely thankful, particularly to the Department of Information Engineering and Mathematics, University di Siena, Italy, for collaborating with us to organize this conference. My special thanks to all the authors whose papers are being shortlisted, even the authors whose papers are not being shortlisted, and they will also keep on working. And I'm thankful to all the reviewer for selecting, for doing a rigorous review work. I'm thankful for the Springer nature for partnering with us to publish the research paper in conference proceeding. And my special thanks to Professor Ravindranath for his tireless effort to organize this conference. And all the dignitaries, all the authors, researchers, practice engineers, thank you all of you. Over to Dr. Usam.
Thank you all, and I truly appreciate the efforts of all the distinguished guests for gracing this event with a gracious presence. Thank you all. Thank you one and all who all are present here. Thank you, sir.
Sandeep sir.
Hello, yes.
The same thing for your keynote. The same thing for your keynote. Please. Advil.
Greetings to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have got a great keynote speaker for you, and I'm quite honored to be introducing him to you. His name is none other than Professor Sandeep Verma. Professor Verma holds doctoral degree from the University of Illinois Medical Center, Chicago, followed by 2 postdoctoral stints at the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker will speak it in 5 to 10 minutes.
This is Sandeep Verma, sir. Sir, can you share your screen? Can you share your screen, sir?
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm getting ready. So
yes, sir.
I had a call. I had an important call. I had to take that. Just give me a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll begin, right? Okay, thank you so much again. So,
sir, before you starting, sir, can you start now?
Yeah, please let us start. Yes.
Please start.
Greetings to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have got a great keynote speaker for you, and I'm actually quite honored to be introducing him to you. His name is none other than Professor Sandeep Verma. Professor Verma holds a doctoral degree from the University of Illinois Medical Center, Chicago, followed by 2 postdoctoral stints at the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, Johns Hopkins Global School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins Medical Institutions, Baltimore, USA, and at Max Planck Institute for Experimental Medicine, Göttingen, Germany. He joined the Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, in 1987, where he is a professor of chemistry. He is also an affiliated faculty in the Department of Biological Sciences and Bioengineering, Center for Nanoscience and Center for Environmental Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur. His work has been recognized by the Goya Prize, J.C. Bose Fellowship, Shanti Swarab Bhatnagar Prize, Outstanding Investigator Award, Swana Jayanti Fellowship, B.M. Bila Science Prize, to name a few. He recently received the Distinguished Alumnus Award of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He is an elected fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Sciences, India. He is an associate editor of Chemical Communications and serves on the editorial advisory boards of Cell Chemical Biology, Chem Biochem, and Journal of Peptide Science. His research interests include programmable soft matter for neuronal regeneration, bio-inspired nanomaterials, novel antimicrobials, and small molecule stem cell modulation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Sandeep Verma to the platform.
Thank you very much. I hope you are able to hear me. It's a great pleasure again to be with you and to tell you a bit about what is the current landscape of post-COVID scenario in terms of interventions and opportunities in India. It's a topic slightly away from today's lecture series or today's conference, but I thought that I'll bring in some perspective of how our department, the Department of Science and Technology under the Ministry of Science and Technology, is making efforts looking at what we have faced in these recent times and the deep technologies that are available with us, where can it lead us to, and the opportunities that will open up when you apply these interventions on the scale of Indian science and technology landscape, and looking beyond India at the global scale. So what I wish to present to you is that what we have done so far in COVID, and how our department and SERB in particular has been quite successful in contributing to towards alleviating this pandemic for our citizens. My lecture today is that we will give you a brief preamble of the global epidemic and Indian response. We'd like to bring in what are the landscape available in pharma, in Internet of Things, in devices, diagnostics, and deep technology missions that are coming up in India. And finally, I'd like to summarize for all of us that what are the possibilities and how future looks like. So I don't have to really tell to this particular audience, this slide is a bit old, that we faced a pandemic from coronavirus infection, which brought a lot of destruction, a lot of misery in our lives. Our lifestyle was disrupted, and we were able to sort of, look at future with much hope only when we found out that there are repurposed drugs available which can bring some relief to our communities, and eventually the discovery of vaccination or vaccines, where India has played a great role, that has also brought quite a bit of sense of relief to global citizens. So if you look at the COVID-19 disruption and looking at the road ahead, what I would like to share with you is that as soon as this disease started, very early on, it was necessary for us to realize that this is indeed a new virus. It has no precedent other than certain, loosely related systems or loosely related viruses. But the damage which was brought in by COVID-19 was not related or was not seen so far in other systems. So the battle started. There was a competition not only in academic laboratories to bring in the basic science of COVID vaccine, but also there was call for startups to come into picture. So extraordinary steps were taken to bring in startups, bring in venture capitalists, bring in pharmaceutical companies to bring in solutions ranging from, say, PPE, personal protection equipment, all the way to viruses, so that the combined effort of this against this pandemic could be brought into picture. And for in our country, I mean, it's again showing you what we have done so far in terms of focused intervention, where we were able to create opportunities which were made in India for COVID-19 solutions. So we are very happy to share with you that our policies, our technology initiatives that we were able to put in place very, very rapidly under the guidance of our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Harshvardhan, we were able to bring in those challenges in front of our researchers so that we could find local solutions to this particular global challenge, and not only provide local solutions, but offer these solutions to entire world, so that we can fight this battle together, so that we can bring relief to our communities, to our citizens in a very cohesive and collective fashion. So if you were to look at the COVID-19 interventions from Indian science and technology perspective, you would find, and you would be very happy to see that starting from my own organization, SERB, DST, CSIR, which is Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and other ministries orchestrated efforts in a very coordinated fashion to bring in developments, to bring in very rapid developments in the areas of repurposed drugs, in the areas of bringing up diagnostic platforms which were innovated in India, and also devices such as, you would find that ventilators were made in India in 6 months flat, going from a very minuscule number of ventilators that were made in India to thousands of ventilators that were made in India within 6 months flat. That tells a lot about our prowess to bring in innovation and get it into a translational mode with the help of concerned organizations, with the help of concerned industries that could very rapidly translate these initial inventions and discoveries to real products. It is not hidden from any one of us that we mounted a very massive vaccine initiative, which was done in collaboration with many organizations and companies like CEPI and Gavi, the Gates Vaccine Initiative. And you'll be very happy to see that, as of now, India is the cradle of vaccine manufacture, especially when you talk about COVID-19. And not only we are providing vaccines to our country, our countrymen, but we have been the country or our country and our government has been extremely gracious in providing these vaccines to other countries in the time of need by, sectioning out. So some part being sent to Indian citizens and a bit of part that this being exported to foreign countries, our close friends, our neighbors, and some neighbors rather, is to some neighbors, and make sure that everybody gets benefited from our program that we have mounted in a very, very effective way in last say 10 to 12 months or so. So if I were to tell you that what we have done in terms of 4 broad verticals in COVID-19 era, you would be happy to see that we have been able to mount programs in the areas of drugs and vaccines, where we are not only looking for new drug entities or new natural principles from Ayurveda or Ayush to compensate our immune responses towards this virus, but we are also looking at more modern approaches of vaccination in developing vaccines by using antiviral antibodies, nanobodies, and of course, using the concepts evolved around the world, for example, AstraZeneca or more indigenous Bharat Biotech vaccine, where we are not only able to manufacture them, but we were able to come up with this fill to finish model, bringing in the vials that are going to contain this vaccine being shipped around the world. We also worked on diagnostics, where the detection of virus through a variety of methods and mechanisms were scaled up, including quantitative RT-PCR kits to RT-LAMP and CRISPR kits and antibody detection. So this entire, ranging from RNA, from nucleic acid to peptide and proteins, this entire detection platform was populated by indigenous companies. And I'll give you a few examples in a minute, but we can be justifiably proud of the fact that not only we have been investing all these years in basic science, but when we were struck with the pandemic, we could quickly translate our basic sciences to products. We were able to innovate. And as in the case of vaccine, we were able to fill and finish in record time and send out these vaccines around India and around the world. We were also able to produce protective care. And you have to believe me that when this pandemic started, we were awfully short on personal protective equipments. And there was a sense of urgency that what will happen if this disease were to spread very quickly around India. How are we going to get masks? How are we going to get visors and the PPE kits for doctors, pulse oximeters, and a variety of these devices that you require to bring in palliative relief to our citizens. And of course, it is again not hidden to all of us that we were able to do this thing very remarkably, very admirably. And we all must thank our startups, our industries to inputting up this whole effort where we are now self-reliant or Atmanirbhar in producing personal protection kits. We produce our own pulse oximeters, and now we have started synthesizing our open source ventilators, where the design can be copied by anybody if they wish to produce it at a mass scale. And that is a great feeling, because not only you are trying to invent, not only you are trying to innovate and translate, but you are also open in giving up the design to very many people, many industries, many countries, where they can use this open source ventilators and mass produces for their hospitals, for their nursing homes, and so on and so forth. You would be also happy to know that we mounted what is called as a very mathematics-oriented National Mathematical COVID-19 Supermodel. And this model now, which is part of our research investigation, and it has been launched by us, where we are able to predict on the basis of mathematical equations and artificial intelligence that what is going to be the spread of the virus. So it will impact the spread, the count for the spread of the virus. We can do a better surveillance, and we can also do a better forecasting that what kind of infections are going to be seen by the country, by India, and what kind of hospital beds or the kind of vaccinations or medicines are available in that part of the country. And is it possible for us to sort of come up with strategies, rapid strategies to overcome these possible situations? And behind the scene, and I'm very happy to tell you, behind the scene efforts by us and very many other individuals has resulted in enormous benefit when you see at the number of infections that have occurred in India and the number of precious lives that we have lost to this pandemic. We have done exceedingly well in bringing back our citizens from hospitals to back home while they were being afflicted by this deadly virus. So that speaks volumes about our research, that speaks volumes about our commitment and the commitment of our government in safe and well-being of our citizens. So just to show you a few Swadeshi or self-reliant or Atmanirbhar innovations in the area of COVID-19. The first one that would come to your mind is Swasa masks. These are N95 masks that are produced now on mass scale. You can get them at every nook and corner. They are extremely inexpensive and extremely effective for several washes. So you can wash them and wear them, and they are of N95 category. So you can imagine something that we could produce at a mass scale within a short period of time. This PathoDetect, the detection platform from MyLab Discovery in Pune, was again an individual effort. It was an indigenous effort, and they were quickly able to innovate and translate into this kit that was used across India for detection of COVID-19 virus. Noka Robotics, it's a startup at Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. They were actually in soft robotics as well as hard robotics, but they were presented with the challenge that can you come up with a ventilator design which is of open source, and behold it, really they were able to come up with this technological breakthrough of creating a brand new design of ventilator, which is shown here. It is the actual model which is being sold in market as of now and deployed in many hospitals, many nursing homes across India. And of course, the LAMP protocol from Sri Chitra Thirunal Institute in Trivandrum and a disinfection gateway. These are all innovations. These are all products that are translated, produced and deployed in various locations, helping out in terms of our Swadeshi innovation. So if you were to look at what really happened as a technological legacy of COVID-19, one part is where we get dismayed, we get perturbed that this new virus had come and it has sort of disrupted our normal life. The other aspect, if you look at the other side of the coin, the brighter side of what has happened in last 1 year is that we were able to show to the world and show to our own country that the public investment that we have been putting in our research laboratories is almost unbelievably resilient in terms of bringing in that return on investment back in the society. So whatever we had invested in health and well-being came back as a return on investment to the society with the help of such Swadeshi inventions, innovations. We were not only able to produce hardware, we were also able to train and equip the workforce that can respond to future pandemics. Now people are more willing to take the risk. They know how to tackle such pandemics. So God forbid, if there is a new incident of such disease, we will be better prepared. We have a better systems now with enormous capacity for surveillance. We now know how to do contact tracing. You know about the MITES app, which is the Arogya Setu app. So Arogya Setu being connected to, vaccination, being connected to your well-being, to tracking you if you are afflicted with the virus, all the way to research, disease modeling, and finally a suitable, justified, and scalable response that has come out of this COVID-19. And we'll be looking forward in future using the new methodologies of artificial intelligence and machine learning, how one can discover new drugs. Is it possible for us to create customizable device platforms for detection, for delivery of vaccine, the entire cold chain that we have prepared in India, where you can distribute the vaccine all the way from northeast from Karakoram to Kanyakumari, right? From Karakoram to Kanyakumari, and across the length and breadth of India, we have created the cold chain, which is now the tech legacy. 10, 20, 30 years from now, we will be telling our kids, we will be telling our future generations, how well did India do to contain this virus, right? So that has brought into picture, just to tell you a bit about other side of the story, which most of us are not really used to learning about it as students or as faculty of intelligent systems or computer science, is what is our preparedness for pharma and biotech. This is a very critical sector. Health and well-being is very critical sector, and you would see that these critical sectors in health deliver through 4 verticals, as we have sort of created in the system, right? One is, what are the models, access possibilities, affordability, and insurance. That is the social type of vertical, where you look at these various distributaries towards delivering the best possible health to our citizens. Then comes telemedicine, the regulation of a variety. In fact, if you're trying to look at new drug or new repurposed drug or emergency use authorization of a vaccine, right? All that comes under regulatory body. So that regulatory body, the telemedicine approaches, including the data safety, where you would like to maintain the sanctity of your data. The Indian patient data has to be preserved quite well from other countries. So all that is part of our digital innovation that has been brought into health sector. You also look at, discovery processes. So you look at indigenous drug discovery or repurposing. We are looking at nutraceuticals. So what can you eat that can make you feel better or make you feel more healthy? And our age-old, time-old tested concepts of Ayurveda and Ayush type of systems. So of course, all this is part of one vertical, and you would find that a lot of action is happening, and a lot of action is going to happen when we look at these critical verticals. And of course, again, I have put quite a bit of emphasis on vaccine and adjuvants, and of course, affordable diagnostics. We are 1.4 billion people with a health system which may not be the best in terms of approach, but we have one of the most economical health systems that you would find in entire world. And we should be justifiably proud of, given the fact the number of population, the kind of demography that we face day in and day out. So looking at these 4 challenges, you'll be able to see what are the numbers that are being put in coming up with solutions to such 4 verticals. So we have a large internal demand that we all know. It is depending on our lifestyle. The diseases come that once in a while, and of course, the whole value chain which is associated with the internal demand of healthcare sector, which is reaching 37,500 crore annually. And looking at it, our government has started investing quite heavily into healthcare systems. Up to 3% of GDP and more is fueled in our system for bulk pharma parks, for procurement, distribution to our hospitals and primary healthcare centers. And all this value chain entirely depend on the number of health professionals that you have in India. So we are consistently increasing the number of medical schools in India. As you would find, our Honorable Health Minister has pointed out that dozens, at least 70 new medical colleges are being opened in the country, so that the number of doctors reaching every nook and corner, every last citizen standing, is going to be quite effective. And that this entire effort lies, or it stands on the bedrock of policies and schemes of our country, which includes Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and also it includes Bharati Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana. So, which they are all part of Ayushman Bharat, which is world's largest and most comprehensive scheme of the government aided healthcare. And we should be justifiably quite proud of what we are trying to do as part of our research community, not just from the government, also from the part of research community, how we have been able to such kind of pandemic. So it's a pinpoint to our audience today that the entire health capabilities lies not only on lie quite heavily in the pharma sector of the country. So if you look at highlights of our pharmaceutical technology, highlights of India pharma sector, we are the largest exporter, and it may come as a surprise to some of us. India is exporter of generic drugs. If you are a drug in any country, it is a likely possibility. It is likely that you would be eating that particular drug that has been made in India, or its active principles are made in India, and we contribute to total 20% of the global generic drug exports. We have a great market given our size of our population, number 3 in the world in terms of health market. And of course, India has the largest number of USA FDA approved pharma plants that can produce medicines, that can produce pharmaceutically active principles. So inevitably, the export part is connected to the technology, which is the manufacturing plants. So we have the highest number of manufacturing plants. That is the reason we are the best exporter, or the largest exporter of generic drugs. And of course, we also lead the way in generic drug licensing, or putting application to FDA for global use. And needless to mention, this is certainly remarkable that our vaccine producing capabilities now approaching 70% of the entire vaccine supply to the world. If your child is having a vaccine in any part of the world, 7:10, I mean, 70% chance that is manufactured in India, and not just manufactured in India. We are very proud that we have created the global gold benchmark of quality and safety when you open a vaccine, that it is going to be ultra safe, it is going to be pure, and it is going to be effective. And all that comes from the support given by our government, given by our Honorable Prime Minister. I'm not going to read everything which is on the slide, but only the quotation from our Honorable Prime Minister, which is, India's pharma industry is an asset, not just for India, but for the entire world. It has played a leading role in reducing the cost of medicines, especially for developing countries. But as you now see, our medicines, our vaccines are reaching beyond developing countries, even to the developed world, which are looking very hopefully to ourselves, to India and Indians for creation of these possibilities in terms of COVID-19 pandemic. Now the question arises in our mind that when we are doing this R&D, how prepared we are for the next pandemic, or how prepared we are for what is stored for the future. And that is where we come with the fact that we are looking at next generation medicines, especially next generation antibiotics, which you can imagine is a real threat, a real perceptible threat, or a clear and present danger that is going to that is looking at us in our face in the future. So one of it is the tuberculosis. I would not go through this entire slide because I'm talking to an engineering audience, but you just take overall impression from this slide is that tuberculosis is a great, I mean, it's a great threat to our country. We are one of the top countries who face the challenge of tuberculosis, followed by China and the Russian Federation. And you'd be surprised to know that, close to 80,000 Indians died of TB in 2019. So with that kind of spread, are we looking at a disease which is much more hurting us compared to COVID-19? And indeed, that the answer is yes. And what we have to do in future is that we have to go and look at these diseases from a new standpoint, because most of the diseases that come out of tuberculosis, they quickly gain resistance. And again, just to not go through the details of biology or bacteria or antibiotic action. What is important for us to realize is that we have to be always prepared of the fact that whenever we administer a drug against a virus, against tuberculosis mycobacterium, we are looking at a very distinct possibilities of getting resistance to this particular microorganism. So what can we do in terms of getting over such kind of scenario where we are going to create new entities, create new biologically active principles, molecules that can take care of such a situation. So for this, I draw your attention to nutrients, to a conventional principle, the way antibiotics have been discovered so far, right? So usually what you do is you take bacteria, you have the lab scale up, and you put it in bioreactors and come out of new antibiotics. But now I'll tell you a few things that would interest our audience, which are more into intelligent systems, which are more into advanced computing, that now artificial intelligence is making its presence felt in the domain of drug discovery process, right? One example that I cite you is from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where they have used artificial intelligence principle, right? A deep learning principle or machine learning approaches to come up with the structure of new antibiotic, which is totally being discovered from machine learning process using protocols which are commonly known to all of us who do artificial intelligence and machine learning. So they sort of iterated certain structural subsets. The structure of organic compound is here. So those structural subsets were iterated through a directed message passing through a neural network. It was convoluted down and libraries were created, so the training set has about, say, 10,000 molecules to begin with, or it could be even more. The machine learning protocols, the iterations, coupled with the possible biological activities that were determined in silico, were able to predict and model the validation of this particular molecular data set in coming out with structures that could eventually be iteratively modeled from an available chemical space. Available chemical space means if you look at this particular structure, and if some of you remember chemistry, you can say substitute this sulfur with any other element or this nitrogen with any other element, and you can keep iterating to create a landscape of, say, 10 to the power 8 molecules. And they brought it down and they optimized these structures and finally found this molecule, which was published in a very high impact journal in PNAS, if I'm not wrong, right? Using the deep learning approaches to antibiotic discovery. So whenever you talk about in such conferences such as 2021 ICACIT, you should always have in future, it's my suggestion, you should always have one track at least where you talk to people other than computer science. You talk to biologists, you talk to drug discovery people, you talk to epidemiologists, and come up with new possibilities that can drive the system of drug discovery. So just this final slide in this particular topic, that you can drive the AI systems or machine learning approaches can drive new drug discovery process, where you can think of optimal research funding in this area, use your methods of AI, then think of diseases, startups, and big pharma. Bring it all together on one platform. Think of new pandemics that are coming and hurting us, that are going to come and hurt us in future, and come up with solutions right away, right? So now moving on to something which is more tech-based and what is being done in this area, which is prosthetic devices. And of course, what you have to realize is that it is a very lucrative area, and which is not only technology-based, not only has a flavor of health, but it also has a great flavor of intelligent systems, because any prosthetic hand that you would like to make should be intelligent enough, should be talking to you, or you could be thinking of making robotics which are going to satisfy certain criteria in prosthetics, and the technology is needed to come up with a product which is end user friendly, and you can be you can be amazed at the possibility that global value market is about $50 billion in coming 2027. And as of now, by 2024, even India would have quite a bit of a market, about close to $0.5 billion by 2024. So what we know here, what we know in the prosthetic markets where intelligent systems can come into picture is that we know that lot of implants occur in India. So about 120,000 knee replacements and 70,000 hip procedures happen in India. And of course, it is cost prohibitive, although the government is trying to bring down the cost, but still at the moment, it is quite cost prohibitive. So what we can do here is that we can bring in a deep tech advance by using additive manufacturing that is driven by intelligent systems. So when I talk about additive manufacturing, what I talk to you about is the whole ensemble of 3D printing, rapid prototyping, digital manufacturing, layered manufacturing, the entire process of manufacturing that can be connected to IoT, and very many of these technologies that you're going to talk about it in this particular conference to eventually come up with a solution such as, so here is a printing machine or an intelligent arm or an intelligent knee replacement that could be part of your discovery or invention process, the way you would come up with such systems, talking to your collaborators in biology, talking to your collaborators who are in medicine or medical profession, right? So now, just to show you that I won't go into the detail that, because it's an arena or an area of collaboration, you have to have doctors in the picture because you need patient data. You have to have 3D pre-processes, 3D printing, finishing. So the entire from doctors to manufacturing pipeline has to be connected intelligently so that you can bring out changes, so that you can bring out innovations that are relevant to our human health and well-being. So one example, I won't go in the detail, that recently it has been reported that the entire rib cage was 3D printed, and it replaced the damaged rib cage, which was damaged because of a rare bone cancer. So the rib cage was removed, and an artificial rib cage was inserted in a female patient, and that was quite remarkable. And that tells us what can be done in such type of arena with the help of intelligent systems. Now, final topic, coming to active deep technology domains, and I'm sure here most of you are more conversant than I in terms of the applicability, in terms of the advantage, in terms of how we look forward to having these deep technology domains affecting our society, our people in coming decades, right? So all the way, so disruptive technologies which are based on engineering, which are based on mathematics, physics, chemistry, medicine. So as a computer science, now you have to be able to talk to so many people, right? So because the idea is that these advanced tech domains eventually are going to use these technologies to bring in solutions which are going to be very useful for our society. So taking you to what is part of this deep tech mission in Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology. I was talking to you in the introductory phase or in the inaugural session about interdisciplinary cyber-physical system. So again, I have to just mention that it is a national mission, which now has been given to 25 institutions where we are creating what are called as technology innovation hubs. So these technology innovation hubs are being created. Technology innovation hubs are being created where we are looking at the systems, the stakeholder of those technology innovation hubs, bringing it to sectoral application hubs in the areas such as, it's not a complete list, of course, but the areas which are shown here are controlling hybrid systems, artificial intelligence, system engineering, sensors, distributed sensing and mobile networks, and a whole lot of other areas, Internet of Things, cloud and cognitive computing, which can bring together changes in our sectors, changes in our national missions, and that is going to be extremely important when we look at our advances through cyber physical systems. So the entire cyber physical system mission is based on what is called as the hub and spoke model, where the technology innovation hubs, the sectoral application hubs are connected to startups. So to give them a fresh infusion of innovation, we have connected, or we choose to connect them to startups. That will allow us to look at technology development at a faster pace and to look at the grand challenges that face us. It will inevitably help us getting the skill development, create international partnerships within the technology innovation hubs. And of course, these all technology innovation hubs are going to be part of national domain network, where the crosstalk between soft robotics or Internet of Things can happen. And here is again some systems in more deeper description. For example, technology for underwater exploration, or cybersecurity and cybersecurity for physical infrastructure, biological cybernetics, this prosthetics, artificial arm, and all these soft robotics, all that would come in the picture when you look at the technology innovation hubs, including system simulation, data analytics, and so on and so forth. So we are looking with much hope towards the future, looking at these grand challenges, competition, ideas, bringing in young and aspiring tech entrepreneurs. So we'll have a special program. We have a special program for tech entrepreneurs, where the money will be provided for tech entrepreneurs to take on these challenges with the help of money being provided by the government, so that they can bring in the academia, industry, and end user synergy, which is eventually going to be needed for technology push and economic growth of our country, right? So this is just the last few slides that we have to come up with the startups that are in emerging and in high growth sectors. So we have a chart here. So I have a chart here which talks about the investment index and the maturity index. And we are very closely following this chart, looking at all the nascent sectors where the investment is low, but the return on investment is going to be extremely high. If we were to put in intelligent systems or startups in energy, agriculture, and gaming technologies, and some sectors which are really well developed, such as fintech, enterprise, and health tech. So the blend of the two, including the emerging sectors of education, logistics, and mobility, we should be able to break in. We should be able to break in at the global stage with the missions that I have just outlined. And it would entirely depend on how our investigators, how our young generation of students lap it up and deliver the goods that are needed for the benefit of the country, right? So I close my lecture with a quote from Ray Kurzweil, which I particularly like and talk about whenever we have such general lectures, that Ray talks about, or Ray Kurzweil talks about, that if you take 30 steps linearly, you get to 30. But if you were to take 30 steps exponentially, you get to 1 billion, right? So the time has come and the time is ripe that we take our steps exponentially, because the challenges are so much. There are hidden challenges. There are hidden, pandemics looking at us, the opportunities looking at us at the global scale. So I request all of you to make good use of your conference, to make good use of your collaborations, your discussions, and the outline that I provided you in this short period of time, where the money is going, where the need is. And I hope that all of our younger colleagues, young Indian tech entrepreneurs, technologists, students, faculty would be able to deliver with the right kind of collaboration, as I see in this particular meeting with the University of Siena, Italy. And I wish to thank all of you for this opportunity, and I wish that you have an excellent meeting. Thank you very much.
If any question, kindly write in the chat box to directly to sir. Participant, if any question, kindly write to chat box to directly to sir. Sir, please open your chat box, sir.
Yeah, it's open. It's open.
Yes, please write the question in chat box, sir.
That's all right. I think it's just an overview, so not really, people are not ready to ask questions as yet, but I hope I was able to tell everybody that, there are technologies needed for even health sector. There are plenty of opportunities in creating the great return on investment. And I think, Dr. Shaw, it's been a great experience, and I wish that your meeting will have an excellent success in terms of discussions, in terms of paper sharing. Thank you.
So, Varma, normally, I see a lot of students keep asking, what are the avenues and opportunities within the government, they can approach if they have an innovative idea, and if they don't want to do research, they want to actually create a product. Where can we get help? This is a common question, because since you are here, I thought maybe it will be a nice thing for all the young engineers to know.
Thank you very much for your question, Venkatesh sir. It's an excellent question, and I think the answer is that we have in the Department of Science and Technology, in the ministry, we have what is called as Technology Development Board. We also have NSTDB, and we have National Innovation Foundation, right? So there are multiple opportunities, and I request our young friends, young colleagues, aspiring young tech entrepreneurs to write to us, to write to the department, write to Innovation Foundation. There are ample opportunities. In fact, I wish to share with all of you through your question that in fact in last 5 years, we have created a wealth of 27,500 crores just by investment in our young tech entrepreneurs. So I'm not talking about what investment we have made. I'm talking about the return that has come back to the society. 27,500 crores. And as you point out, many of us are still unaware of the fact. So just imagine if everybody is aware, everybody puts mind and thought to this process, how much wealth can be generated. You can actually become a job giver rather than a job seeker. And that is what country needs. So you are most welcome. Through your question, I again answer that you are most welcome to contact us. Go through our website. We have Tech Translation Awards. We have Young Entrepreneur Programs in Technology Development Board in NIF as well as in NSTDB. So you make use of it. And this is just Department of Science and Technology. You have DSIR, you have DBT, right? You have MIT. So all these ministries, that they have their own programs. So idea is to be very active over the net, look at the possibilities, bring it to our attention. And I assure you that if you ask a question, it will not go unanswered. We will answer your question and bring it to you to the right platform, including Niti Aayog. So you can look at these papers that are presented by the Niti Aayog. I hope I answered your question, Venkatesh sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd also like to point out that even in my organization, there have been people who have taken advantage of this, resigned the job, and then gone and started something with the Department of Science and Technology's help. And we've always wished them all the best, and we've been supporting all of these minds who have wanted to innovate.
So one question in chat box also.
Please, can you read it? I'm not able to see. Dr. Shaw, can you read it? I'm unable to read it. It's not here. It's not in my, I cannot see that.
Okay, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have to read it for me. I cannot see it.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Sir, the question is, sir, you were asking about investment and
I cannot hear.
Okay, the question is, sir, you were talking about investment and maturity index. What exactly do you mean by maturity index? and up to what extent is it necessary for getting optimal output?
So it's a very forward qualitative trace. So maturity index is that how far your technology has matured, right? And what is the time taken based on investment and maturity. So you want to tackle problems that mature faster with low investment, or you want to tackle problems that take longer to mature with higher investment. So this entire spectrum of low investment, low maturity, low time taken for maturity, or high investment and more time taken for its maturity. So that is the spectrum that I am talking about. So you can see that there are certain areas that fall in one or the other side of the spectrum. So that is what is meant by maturity index, that how quickly you can come to a solution by applying a particular investment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to you. First of all, I should thank you for your valuable time, sir. And second thing is, amidst this pandemic, when we are all worried about how much negative impact this pandemic has created, you have elaborated more on the positive impacts that the pandemic has given us, especially how it led to the flourishing of the science and technology development sector. And also, you have given a detailed statistics on the position where our country lies in this healthcare as well as pharmacological sector. And also, you have given certain insights how our country, how we people are ready for facing this pandemic. Also, the opportunities ahead for the upcoming starters as well as the young technologists. Thank you so much, sir. This is quite interesting. Apart from hearing too much of technical talks, and it is the topic of the hour. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable information.
All right, thank you, everybody. So, Dr. Shaw, I'll be logging out now with your, it's okay, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your talk, sir. It's really good, sir.
Yeah, I'm so happy, and I wish all of you a big success, and also keep safe yourself, right? Please keep safe and stay healthy. Thank you so much. Have a great time. Bye-bye.
Yes,
Bye.
yes, sir. Venkat sir, can you share your screen,
Yes.
sir?
Yes. Okay, so may I start?
Sir, please wait, sir.
No problem. No problem.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Abhinda. Now we're entering into the second session of our keynote speakers. In this session, we are going to have Mr. N. Venkatesh. Mr. N. Venkatesh is a Senior Director Engineering at Silicon Labs through its acquisition of Red Pine Signals in March 2020. Mr. Venkatesh has over 30 years of engineering and management experience in wireless system designs, IoT solutions, semiconductor designs, and applications. His current areas of interest are in building semiconductor and system solutions in the field of Internet of Things. He is an active IEEE volunteer and was the chair of IEEE Hyderabad section in 2019. He is a board member of the TIE Hyderabad and helps foster entrepreneurship. Mr. Venkatesh holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India. He holds 22 US patents. He's contributed to IEEE standards development and has written numerous articles in technical journals. He is a fellow of the IEEE Indian National Academy of Engineering and a recipient of the VIA Award Industrial Research in 2011. Mr. Venkatesh, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Today I'm going to, in this particular conference on advanced computing and intelligent technologies, as I mentioned earlier today, one of the key enablers of intelligent systems is communication. When systems communicate with each other, when sensors and communicate with the systems and the servers, The communication is what brings information in, which can actually be acted upon intelligently. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what are the different wireless technologies that are in use today, and why each of them is important in their own right. Each of these, okay, I mean, the talk is going to be a little bit technical, but I hope that it will give you an insight on the different options available today that we can all use when we're building complete systems. Firstly, okay, I mean, my credentials, okay, is coming from my experience in Silicon Labs. Earlier, it was called Red Pine Signals, which we are the world's leader in IoT wireless, which means that, okay, our semiconductor chips and the software that is there inside them powers the communication requirement of lots of industries, consumer applications, energy, smart metering, medical technology, automotive technology, industrial manufacturing, smart cities. In a lot of areas, our chips and our modules and our protocol software powers a lot of the communication. So our technologies include, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and Thread and Zigbee and Z-Wave and proprietary wireless and so on. Okay, so with this rich experience of having worked in all of these areas over many, many years, I am able to give you some insights about why and how all of these communication methods come together in intelligent connected systems. Firstly, as a reminder, you might already know this, but it's always good to have something in your vision of what we are talking about. What are the components of an intelligent system which are communicating with each other? Firstly, we have sensors. They are very important because they gather data. And with that data, a lot of things can be done. So at a sensor node, we have a sensor which is taken into a microcontroller unit. Almost all data and all electronic systems today have a small microcontroller unit inside them. So to do initial level of data handling, the sensor data is processed, and then you have a connectivity block which actually connects or takes this data and sends it to somewhere else for carrying out analysis. So on the other hand, you also have actuators. Actuators are the opposite of sensors. Sensors take in data, temperature, humidity, presence of people, pollution levels, height of a building, anything that is can be measured is taken in by a sensor. Actuators are output devices which actually control, say, motors or turn off switches or turn on switches or control the intensity of something and so on. So sensors are input devices, actuators are output devices. In the traditional form of electronics, a same microcontroller unit would sense data, it would take a decision, and then it would turn on something or turn off something, all in a small local closed loop. But with the emergence of the IoT, instead of taking local decisions, all the information is sent via a connectivity interface, which is predominantly wireless, through a gateway and into the cloud. And somewhere on the other side of the cloud, we have a server, which can be a powerful machine, which takes data not only from this sensor, but hundreds of other sensors from anywhere in the vicinity or elsewhere, and then takes a better and more collective data, a collective decision in the cloud. And then it sends the decision back via the gateway into the actuator, and the actuator then turns on or turns off something. Now, with the advent of intelligent systems and machine learning and AI, all the sensor data is taken in to the server in the cloud, where, either through supervised learning or unsupervised learning, the thousands and thousands of data points are taken in, and an algorithm is created in real time, over a period of time, in how that data can be analyzed, visualized, and the appropriate actions can be taken. So once an algorithm is trained through all of this data, the trained algorithm can actually carry out very quick decisions on what to do, and then it sends the decision back to the actuator to do this. A simple example is that if you're driving on a road, if there is an obstacle or an impending collision Can there be a quick decision taken and then the brakes applied faster than the response time of people? Okay, so data can be sent back. And today there is also is a lot of emphasis on edge intelligence, where the machine learning can be done, the training can happen on the cloud, and then once an algorithm is trained, the inference, which is the end product of the machine learning, the final algorithm which will take decisions on data can actually be installed on the local edge or the local MCU you see in the picture. But this is the structure, and you can see all the dotted lines, all the arrows there, which are all the communication pathways, and that is what we are going to talk about further in this session. Okay. So why have decisions taken remotely and why not locally? Okay. One quick example is that let's say that you have an air conditioner. Traditionally, there is a thermostat which measures temperature, and then if the temperature is too high, it turns on the compressor, and the compressor then starts working. It reduces the temperature, and the temperature is lower than a threshold, then the compressor is turned off. That's a simple closed loop system. Suppose you want to do something a little bit more complex. Let's say that you also have a washing machine in your house, and you know that if your incoming power is limited. In fact, actually today it is limited because of other purposes. In future, okay, you may not want to load the grid too much, because the more current you take, the higher per kilowatt hour that you're going to pay. So let's say that when your washing machine is in its wash cycle, you don't want to keep the compressor on. Having both the machines running together is going to make your power current consumption too high. Maybe your circuit breaker will trip, or you'll end up paying a higher electricity bill. So if there is local intelligence, then you can actually look at the state of both the machines and then schedule one after the other. It doesn't matter if the washing machine takes, say, 40 minutes longer than usual, because you can keep it running for a longer period of time, but the motor there need not run when the compressor is on. When the compressor is off, then the motor can run, and vice versa. So this can be done locally if you are having a local control system, smart homes, okay, Google Home. I mean, a lot of, if you look at the Tuya cloud for the connected home, a lot of decisions can be taken locally, but more commonly, they are taken remotely. So all these inputs, all the sensor data about whether the wash cycle should start or whether the compressor should turn on right now, all that information is sent to the cloud. And you can do remote intelligence. For example, in many parts of the world, you can have electricity rates that are dynamically varying. Just like, you Ola fare or Uber fare, if there is more demand, the rate is higher. Less demand, rate is low. So if you have such a plan, you can save some money by sensing what is the current rate. And if the current rate is too high, then you can postpone your washing. You can leave it on overnight. By morning, if it is washed, it's fine. So you can actually take data from the cloud from somewhere else, which publishes the dynamic rate for power. And then you can take a more intelligent decision and a more, efficient way of utilizing your power. So all of this is possible when there is tremendous amount of connectivity, when everything can talk to each other, and the devices can actually communicate to a server which carries out remote intelligence. So connectivity is key to creating all of this. Another example of where connectivity is key is remote patient monitoring, where you have all of the patient parameters, the vitals being monitored in real time, and they need to be collected, they need to be transmitted. Somebody somewhere needs to evaluate it, and then may need to notify the patient that something has to be done. So if somebody is recovering in a hospital or in a home, and all of these parameters are being monitored, it is okay. I mean, either doctors have to keep looking at it every 30 minutes, or you can write an intelligence system which will calculate. I mean, look at whether these parameters are within limits, whether something needs to be done, whether the doctor needs to be notified, or even better, can there be intervention? Can there be, drug delivery mechanisms attached to the body, and through a signal, whether drugs can be injected as needed through the intelligence system. Again, in all of this, connectivity is the key. So what are the options we have for communications? Most people who have studied electronics, computers, or whatever, okay, would all be familiar with the RS-232 serial bus, which has been around for a very long time and is still there. An industrial version is called RS-485. We also have industrial buses like Modbus and automotive like CAN bus and ControlNet. We all use Ethernet, the most common connectivity, wired connectivity method. USB is used from device to device, not as a network, but as a peer-to-peer, very, very commonly. But then you have a lot more options on wireless. You have Bluetooth, Bluetooth low energy, Bluetooth classic, you have Wi-Fi, you have Zigbee, you have 3G, 4G, 5G, you have LoRa, you have Z-Wave and ANT+, and so many different connectivity methods. So a common question and which people can have is, why do you need so many options? Why can't we have just one wireless communication method that can be used for all scenarios? Well, the answer is that there are many considerations to take care of. First of all, regulatory reasons. You know that, okay, the frequency at which you transmit is actually a very, valuable property. So as in the frequency of operation, whether you're using 800 megahertz, 900 megahertz, 2.1 gigahertz, 2.3 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, and so on, and whether you can use 10 megahertz or 20 megahertz, that frequency spectrum, it belongs, to the government, and people have to purchase it if they want to use it. And just like land cannot be manufactured anymore. Similarly, frequency spectrum also cannot be manufactured anymore. So it's very expensive. So if you're paying a lot of money for frequency spectrum, then you might want to use it as efficiently as possible. So you need to worry about what is your operational bandwidth and your spectral efficiency. Spectral efficiency means how many megabits per second per user you can have if you are given, let us say, 1 megahertz of bandwidth. That means the communications engineers come in and create complex modulation schemes so that that particular small bandwidth can carry a large capacity. It's just like having a high-rise building when you have a small piece of land. And then you have medium access methods. When do you transmit? When do you receive? When do you know when you can transmit? And so on. Then you have other performance cases like what is your data rate required? Are you going to transmit video? Or are you going to send a huge 20 GB file and you want it to go within 3 minutes? What is your range of operation? Is it 10 centimeters or 10 meters or 10 kilometers? Do you need mobility? That means that do you need communication to be on when you're moving? So what happens when you're moving is, compared to when you're stationary is that because of the Doppler effect, the carrier frequency shifts. And the receivers and receiver has to be able to handle that Doppler shift. So the mechanism of communication becomes different. The method used for determining frequency offset needs to be different. Channel tracking needs to be brought in place. And obviously higher mobility, like you're traveling at a 250 kilometers an hour bullet train, and you still want connectivity, your cellular connectivity must be able to handle mobility. And then you have network topology like star or ring or mesh. And then you have other parameters like security and quality of service. You know that on the internet, there is nothing called a quality of service. You send some data, you hope that it will receive at the other side. Okay, because there is no guarantee, and most people are trying to make the systems more and more robust. But there are many applications where you need guaranteed quality of service in medical applications, in road safety, and so on. And then you have power consumption. Are you going to use a small battery? Are you going to keep it plugged in? Then if you want to use a small battery and make it last longer, then you need a very efficient way of transmission, very efficient power amplifiers, and so on. And then environmental conditions and personal safety. Is the device going to be used by a person next to his ear? Then what can be the maximum transmitted power? If the maximum transmitted power is limited, the range is also limited. So if the limited range, what can you do? And so on. So all of these parameters actually govern different types of wireless standards and protocols. We'll see some of them. And the IoT has some more requirements. How can you provision a device so that it can connect to the network? Suppose you buy an IoT-based, IoT-enabled washing machine how do you make your washing machine connect to your home router? I mean, a washing machine doesn't have a keyboard. So how do you enter your password? So there are ways of provisioning using your BLE connection to your smartphone and so on. And then device identity. How can you know that the device that is sending you sensor data is really the device that it's purporting to be? Okay, maybe somebody has cloned a device and is giving you misleading data. So there are ways to figure out how to authenticate a particular device, and that's a special requirement for the IoT. IoT requires also more security. It also requires over-the-air firmware updates. So without the user intervention, firmware should be able to be upgraded because no electronic system is bug-free. They all have software in it, firmware in it, and these firmware keep getting updated as and when bugs are actually resolved. Okay, then you need to make it configurable for various scenarios. You need to worry about battery life, and you need to support a plethora of protocols. Just like there are so many wireless standards, there are equally high number of protocols in the internet. On top of TCP/IP, I mean, you have UDP, which is a parallel form. You have HTTP, secure HTTP, MQTT, QAP, XMPP, so on. So all of these need to be supported, and support for cloud agents. So if you want to talk to a particular cloud server, how should you prepare your data so that the cloud server can understand what it is? Okay, so this choice of spectrum is very interesting. Like I told you, the entire spectrum is completely occupied with very, very small holes. It's like a big city where there are no open land anymore for you to buy. So most of these options are in a small range, which is conducive to IoT devices. If it is less than 700 megahertz, okay, you need larger antennas and higher power to transmit. If it's more than 6 gigahertz, you need extra special, CMOS circuits find it difficult to handle it, so the cost goes higher. So most of the IoT is in a small region of 700 to 6 gigahertz. Luckily, I mean, you know that, okay, I mean, the recent spectrum option of the 5 gigahertz spectrum, I think it's went for 60-70,000 crores. So it's a huge amount of money which people pay for spectrum. Luckily for all of us, the world came together and created 3 bands of frequencies called the ISM band, industrial, scientific, and medical. That's in the 900 megahertz, the 2.4 gigahertz, and the 5 gigahertz. And then there's also other bands like 60 gigahertz, okay, which is not yet in full use right now. So thanks to all of these, we are able to enjoy Wi-Fi connectivity or Bluetooth connectivity without putting a SIM card and without paying anyone for the right to use it. Okay, whereas 3G, 4G, and so on, okay, all the carriers have actually paid a lot of money for them to be able to offer services, and therefore you also have to pay. That's why in a cell phone, if you want to transfer data from one phone to the other, if you use your normal cellular network, you have to pay for the data. It goes to the thing. If you're out of coverage of a cell phone network, transfer data that way. But you can always transfer data from via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. There are apps available where you can transfer data from one phone to the other, even if you're not within a network. And because Wi-Fi and Bluetooth frequencies are in 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, which are free to use for everybody without paying for it. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the different, requirements of range. For example, if 2 devices are close to each other, so you have, let us say, your watch, okay, which measures your heart rate. It transmits it to your cell phone. Maybe that cell phone is in your pocket. So this Bluetooth low energy connection actually goes only for about 1 meter, 2 meters. That's all you want. Although it can go longer, but that's what you're using it for. And that's why Bluetooth is called a personal area network. When you have when you're so many people in a large room and everybody is talking, but if you're talking to your neighbor, you can shut out everybody else and you can focus on what he's saying and he can listen to you. Similarly, Bluetooth is used for personal area network where 2 devices like your watch and your phone can talk to each other, while your neighbor's watch and neighbor's phone also talk to each other without too much interference. If you take Wi-Fi is having the same access point. Everybody talks to the same access point. So if you transmit, the Wi-Fi signal goes across the room, and therefore everybody has to take turns in transmission in a mechanism called carrier sense multiple access. So how do you access the medium in a shared way? Okay, is different for Wi-Fi compared to Bluetooth. Okay, so why do we talk about the fact that wireless can go up to some distance and not further? Is something called link budget. You must know that, okay, just like somebody is talking to you, you can hear him properly if it is not noisy. If his speech is coming to you at a certain volume, if he is not too far away. The further he is, the louder he has to shout. Because by the time that signal comes to you, it is less than what noise you're hearing in the background. So then you cannot make out. Exactly the same principle applies to wireless. So when you have, when you're transmitting a certain power, then it goes to the antenna, and then from the antenna it is transmitted in all directions. And the further it goes, the weaker the signal becomes. That is called a path loss. And then the antenna can actually add a gain in the receiver and in the transmitter by directing the beam in one direction. Just like your dish you are directing it towards the satellite so that you can have a higher gain, or just like listening with your hands behind your ears, right? You can actually hear signals, your voices better. Then, okay, you have the receiver antenna gain and then the cable loss, and then it comes in there. So when you are transmitting, it actually, what you receive is a version of the transmitted signal that is less in amplitude and added with noise. So the receiver cannot know what was transmitted. The receiver can make a guess. You also make a guess. When somebody shouts you across the room, okay, you can make a guess because some English words or some Hindi words he's using that is familiar to you. Okay, so you can, even if you listen to half of it, you can still make out, okay, what was most likely that he said. Not exactly what he said, but most likely what he said, you can make out. And the same thing the wireless receiver does. So when they use different modulation schemes like QPSK or BPSK or 16 QAM, what they transmit are points in a quadrature plane, which is a mixture of amplitude and phase. The more the number of bits per symbol that you're using, the more the data rate that you can handle, but the closer those potential points are to each other in that particular constellation. That means that you will have to distinguish between two amplitudes which are very close to each other, or two phases which are also close to each other. So what happens when you send that data is that noise makes it jump here and there. Okay? The noise can shift a signal so that its phase changes, its amplitude changes instantaneously, and a constellation which is nice and neat like this becomes kind of garbled or even completely unintelligible to the visual eye. But luckily, communication engineers actually do a lot of work in extracting signals from noise. And you can do a lot of processing in order to make the signal eliminate, filter out noise, correct for frequency errors, correct for other offsets, and then use error correction coding to actually get data, even if 1 or 2 bits are in error, but only up to a certain extent. So the more the noise and interference, the less easy it is to decode data. And therefore, if you are using 64 QAM like this, it looks so difficult. What if you used BPSK, where the two points on the constellation are far apart? It can handle a much higher range of a much lower SNR. Okay? So that's where, you have the concept of rate versus range. The more losses you have, the longer you are, then the less is the data rate that you can receive. That means that you can either get 54 Mbps in wireless LAN when you are, let us say, 10 meters away from the router, or if you are 40 meters away from the router, you can probably at best get QPSK, which is 12 or 18 Mbps, or BPSK, which is 6 or 9 Mbps. So one of the key factors of why there are so many wireless standards is that they all have to cater to different ranges. Okay, so when you compare all the wireless standards on range and data rate, okay, you can see that 3G, 4G, and 5G now takes us all the way beyond 1 Gbps of data rate, and you know that your nearest cell phone tower can be 1 or 2 kilometers away, right? So it can cater to a wide range of distances and data rates. And the reason why they're able to do it is that even though signals can degrade over time, they are protected from interference because that spectrum is owned by them. Okay, so they can transmit whatever power they want and they can do whatever they want. License-free spectrum is also subject to interference. But still, okay, Wi-Fi standard has been evolving, and today we get more than 1 Gbps in Wi-Fi also. But typically, Wi-Fi is meant for less than 100 meters, whether it is in a campus or whether it is in a house. 10 meters, 20 meters, maximum 100 meters. Okay, that's what it is meant for. You also have, the shortest data rate, shortest range technology is NFC or near field communication, also known as RFID. So it's like your access card. Suppose you want to show your card to the door and then the door opens, the range is typically just a few inches because you don't have a battery. You have to grab energy from the transmitter, modulate it, and give your ID back on that energy. Then it can't work for more than 6 inches or 3 or 4 inches. Slightly longer active RFID, you can actually go 5-6 meters. So when you're coming up to a gate and then you have an RFID tag in your car, it can open the gate through that because it can go up to 5-6 meters. Okay, and then you have Bluetooth low energy and ANT plus, which are used in fitness devices, typically connecting your phone to your wearable device. Then you have Zigbee, which is used in smart homes. It can go up to 20-30 meters because it has to cover the whole home. Then, but the data rate is just about 250 kilobits per second. Z-Wave is also a home networking technology. It can go 100 meters or so, and also very low data rate. Then you have sub-gigahertz Wi-Fi, which can go, maybe 10-20 Mbps and maybe a few hundred meters. So all of these technologies are therefore needed because the scenarios in which communication is needed are all different. There is no one size fits all. Okay, so Wi-Fi, of course, has been doing great. Okay, the latest from Wi-Fi is called Wi-Fi 6. It's also called 802.11ax. It provides new technology methods like OFDM-A and MU-MIMO, and it really is going to make a lot of difference to IoT through its support of high density of devices. Okay, that means that we are discovering that apart from problems of range and data rate and QoS and security, one of our biggest problems in the wireless world, in the electronics world, is the number of devices which are simultaneously trying to communicate in a same area. Earlier at home, every home had one phone. Now, if a home has 4 people, it has 4 phones and maybe 4 laptops. Then you have, smartwatches, you have, iPods and tablets, and then you have games, and then you have connected TVs, and you have connected fridges, you have an Alexa or a Google Home. So if you see a typical home with 4 people, you might actually have up to 50 devices all connecting to the network in different ways. So the density of devices has gone tremendously higher as we go towards smart cities, where we are distributing sensors on pollution and traffic and monitoring and so on. The number of devices that are trying to communicate to a general will be in the lakhs in every square kilometer. And technologies such as Wi-Fi 6 and 5G all help to solve that density problem. Okay, so another area of important consideration why why wireless networks are all different is that you can have a star network, which is like a 3G, 4G, or a Wi-Fi is a star because all communication goes to a router or an access point, and from there it's forwarded to somebody else. This is a very stable and structured network where you can actually do some planning to make sure that there is coverage across a wide area. And you can know the coverage by knowing the distance to the nearest router or access point, and then determining what is the data rate that can be served at that particular range. And you don't want the data rate to be falling too small, because then the capacity of the network will reduce. Then before you come down to an unacceptably low data rate, you are handed off to the next base station or next router. So the network can be tremendously planned, okay, when you have a star topology. In an unplanned network, okay, just like you don't know where the devices are going to be, and you don't have the capacity to actually go and install access points and base stations and do all the planning needed before communication can actually happen, you use a mesh network. Here you assume that, okay, devices can talk to any other device, they can forward data, so that even if you have not planned a network properly where a central access point is there in the center of your geographical area, you can still have data hopping from one node to the other and eventually reach a destination. So ZigBee, Z-Wave, and a BLE mesh are all examples of this. Then you have peer-to-peer communication, just like the Bluetooth example I spoke about, from your phone to your headphone. Just two devices talk to each other. So Bluetooth is an example of that. Okay, so Bluetooth is actually making great inroads. Okay, Bluetooth 5 is the latest standard, and Bluetooth 5 not only does all your voice and audio to your headphones, it is also an IoT kind of thing where you can connect a lot of devices. And Bluetooth 5 is very commonly used to connect an IoT device like a washing machine to your phone, so that you can use your phone as a control panel for your washing machine. Okay, you can communicate information from your phone screen to a device using Bluetooth 5. Yeah, so Bluetooth 5 is also used for determining location of devices. So in a hospital, for example, if you want to know, suddenly there's an emergency, you want to know where is the nearest infusion pump. All the infusion pumps in this particular ward are being used. I want to find one that is free. Then location technology can actually find out where the device is in the building, and you can actually see it on a map, and then you can go pick it up. The same is true for people. If you want to track people in an industrial shop floor in order to analyze whether they need to, whether they're moving too far for getting things, whether they're spending too much time in searching for things, you can use location technology to actually improve. Bluetooth 5 also has angle of arrival and angle of departure based locationing. ZigBee has been around for quite a long time. It's a low cost device, and it's a mesh protocol, so you don't have to have the expense of planning the network at home. It uses 2.4 gigahertz and direct sequence spread spectrum. It's very commonly used in home automation, and it's an IEEE standard based on 802.15.4. And it is extremely popular today to control all devices in advanced smart homes, although Wi-Fi and to some extent BLE are also making inroads here. Z-Wave is an alternative to ZigBee. It's a complete mesh, and it doesn't need a coordinator. It uses sub-gigahertz. You know that less than 1 gigahertz, the transmission range is higher than at higher frequencies because of the way signals are getting absorbed by different materials that we encounter. So you can actually transmit lower power and still get the same range. So you can have devices whose battery will last longer. Okay, and this is also a worldwide standard. The Phi and MAC layers are defined by the ITU-T, and a lot of smart homes, smart offices, and hotels, they're all using Z-Wave now. Okay, so low power wide area networks have become very, very popular today. A lot of smart city deployments are using LoRa, which means that instead of using your cellular network, you can use a LoRa gateway, which you can LoRa gateway, which you can, because it uses unlicensed spectrum. Let's say that you are creating a business that will that people can rent bicycles. That means that they can pay for a subscription. They can find a bicycle parked somewhere, it is locked. They can take out their smartphone, they can scan the QR code of the bicycle, then they say that I'm hiring this bicycle for the next 1 hour or whatever. And then the signal comes from the gateway or on the server saying that the bicycle can be unlocked, and then the automatic lock unlocks, and then you ride away with it. Now, when you are, the bicycle has a GPS, so the system knows where it is. So if you are a subscriber to the service and you just came out of the bus stop and you want to know where is the nearest bicycle, the system will tell you. Now, all this can be done by having each bicycle have a SIM card and a connection to the cellular service. But that is expensive. But if you can deploy a LoRa gateway on a building nearby and completely free. You don't have to put a SIM card. You don't have to pay a monthly subscription. Or the communication is completely free. So that is one of the reasons why LoRa is extremely popular today in a lot of research communities and smart home initiatives in establishing connectivity over a wider area. When you say wider area, we're talking about 1 or 2 kilometers. And then, beyond that, there'll be one more gateway which will take care of it. As a competitor to this, we have narrowband IoT, which is defined by the 5G standards, ITU-T. The goal of narrowband IoT is that each cell, when we have cell in a cellular phone, a cell can probably support a few thousand people using it. But we are talking about 1 lakh people within that 1 square kilometer where that cell is, 1 lakh devices. So you need a different way of allocating bandwidth and allocating connectivity to these devices. And narrowband IoT does that. It also has, because it's very narrow band, it actually can go longer distances. But here the idea is not that you want to go longer distances, you want to overcome the impedance of walls and ceilings and floor. So you can actually go underground. You can go into a parking lot and get connectivity with that 18 dB of the insertion loss that you have when you are encountering a concrete floor or a ceiling. That can be overcome with a better link budget. So you can have an underground water meter. You can have an underground an electricity meter in your basement. All of them can talk to the network without a problem. It also integrates into the cellular environment, and it's also designed for some devices to have a 10-year battery life using just a coin cell, for example, or a small, long duration 1.5 volt cell. And eventually the devices also have to be lower cost. And narrowband IoT is designed for bringing in all of these benefits. Then you have another standard that's coming up very fast called Wi-SUN, or wireless utility, smart utility network. So you have something called a field area network. So, when you have smart meters and the energy companies all trying to read the smart meters, set, usage patterns, set your instantaneous charge and so on. They don't like to use the cellular network or the home Wi-Fi network because they want this to be very robust and available always in parallel to any other method. So Wi-SUN is an upcoming standard. You can get up to 4 kilometers of range. You can either use in a field area, that is in the campus wide, or a locality wide, or within the home. You can use it both for your home area network as well as working in the neighborhood. So this is coming up fast, and then this is actually going to bring in a lot of innovations. It can potentially replace narrowband and be a competitor. And the wireless world has always had competitors. You can use Wi-Fi, or you can use this. You can use competition is what makes the user get a choice of technologies, and he can choose what's best for him. So Wi-SUN is competing with LoRa and narrowband IoT right now, and prospects are looking good. And 5G, of course, everybody is talking about 5G. And why? Why are they talking? And what's different in 5G that people did not have in 4G? Right? One of the things is 5G is going to bring is the narrowband IoT. which is also called MMTC, or massive machine type communication. That means that we have 1 lakh devices at very small data rates. They may transmit a few hundred bytes every few minutes. Very small data rate, but you need very high energy efficiency and a cheap device. The other one is called enhanced mobile broadband. This is where the real data part of broadband comes in. You want everybody is looking at videos. They want to look at HD videos or UHD videos. They want to watch movies on demand. They want to do augmented reality. That means that they want the network to provide information that helps them choose. Like you wear glasses and you're walking, and then as you're walking, your directions come in front of your eyes. When you go to a supermarket, you look at a product, your smart glasses will scan the QR code and automatically gives you options you can consider while buying that, and so on. And you can use it for sports and entertainment. You can watch a cricket match in a stadium and instantly get other points of view. You say you're sitting in one corner, you don't like the view, you can get the view from a camera somewhere else, and you can augment your own your experience with that. And then you can do your WhatsApp, you can do your video calls, you can do your Zoom meetings, you can do your WebEx meetings, you can transfer lots of images and so on. All this is up to 20 Gbps. Right now we have 4G. Okay, you can get 70 Mbps, but most people get only about 20, 25, 30, and so on. But okay, this goes up to Gbps. Okay, so that is called enhanced mobile broadband. The third thing 5G is going to bring us is called ultra reliable, low latency communication. You know that whenever you're sending something, whether you're sending it on Wi-Fi or 5G or 4G or whatever that is available to you, the data is reaches the other side. Maybe 10 milliseconds, that is very, very fast. Maybe 100 milliseconds, if you do a ping to a router somewhere, okay, you do ping google.com, okay, the reply may come after, say, 200 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds. That is not sufficient for controlling things. Suppose you want to control a kind of an earth mover, okay, through your cell phone, where you have some controls on it, okay, or you want to control a autonomous vehicle so that it stops in time before an obstacle. You need latencies of 1 millisecond. Okay? And the current technology is Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or 4G do not offer that kind of latency, but 5G is going to offer. And this part of 5G is called ultra reliable, low latency communication. It is for mission critical applications where control happens, and control has to happen immediately. Drones, robotics, autonomous vehicles, industrial controls. So being in a hazardous place, okay, people need not be there controlling the machine. People can be safely somewhere else. They will have video feeds, they can see what's going on, and then they can control the machines. But that control has to reach the machine within 1 millisecond. And that's what 5G will also provide. The IEEE for the Wi-Fi standards have not been standing still. They have come out with lots of standards. Okay, the newer and newer applications are using Wi-Fi right now. For example, okay, for locationing, they're also using different frequency bands. 60 gigahertz is also there. With 60 gigahertz, the advantage is that you can have tremendous bandwidth. You can get 20 Gbps of data rate very easily. But at the same time, 60 gigahertz signals are heavily attenuated by objects in the air. It's attenuated even by oxygen in the air. So the big advantage of a very short range is that you can be sitting in one room watching a high definition video, and the same band, the same frequency, somebody else can be watching video in the next room without any interference. So 60 gigahertz technology is used for cable replacement. Instead of connecting your monitor to your laptop via an HDMI cable, you can have a wireless interface. Instead of connecting your laptop to an external storage device through a cable, you can actually connect a USB cable. You can actually have this wireless. So you can have a world, and you can do a lot of things parallelly. And so it is going to provide that. It's not here yet, but it's going to come. So Wi-Fi is evolving and a lot of standards are available. And as far as data rates are concerned, starting with 11 Mbps many years ago, now we have close to 10 Gbps for everybody to use. Okay, so, but finally, we have spoken about the fact that there are so many wireless protocols and so many things that are going on. Is there any application that requires multiple protocols at the same time? There are many of these applications. I'm going to give one example. Let's say that you have a smart lock at home. Now, what is a smart lock? It can actually send your face through a camera, send that data of your face via the home Wi-Fi to the cloud, where the cloud server can do pattern matching, and then recognize that it's you, and I send a message back to the lock to make the lock open. So in this application, the lock uses Wi-Fi connectivity. But let's say that, okay, I mean, your relative is coming to your house and you are in office. Then, okay, I mean, the relative that the phone and the server doesn't know the relative space, right? Now, so, but you can actually send a code to your friend. He can open the smartphone. He can connect to the lock. He can enter that code. And how does he connect to the lock? Using Bluetooth, specifically Bluetooth low energy. And then he can open the lock and he can go in. And then the lock can, and then that code can be disabled later on. Now, here the lock is using BLE and is using Wi-Fi. Now, what if there is a fire in the house? Then the fire alarm, which is connected to your home network through a ZigBee, also sends an information saying that, hey, there's a fire in the house. Then in a house or in the office or any establishment, the most important thing is that if there is a fire, is that all doors must be unlocked. There are plenty of disasters in India, you must have heard, or people unable to come out, or throughout the world, where people unable to escape from a theater or a nightclub or a restaurant when there is some doors were locked. So, but if you keep the doors unlocked, people can escape more easily. So ZigBee is also needed. So here is an example where a smart lock contains a small embedded microcontroller. It contains device, requires all three at the same time, Wi-Fi and BLE and ZigBee. And in our company, Silicon Labs is in making products with multiple protocol handling, just like this. So we have lots of customers who are using our devices for smart locks, who are using it for smart thermostats and medical equipment, industrial equipment, and so on. And it's a fascinating field. And we believe that, okay, with proper connectivity, you can actually make the world smarter because you can get data to where the data is needed and get decisions from wherever it is made to where it is needed. Feel free to write to me anytime. I'll respond. But right now, I'll stop sharing. And if you have any questions, I'll take that. So I don't see anything in the chat window. If there is anything, you take it. Yeah.
Participant, if any question, kindly write to chat box to share directly. If any question, kindly write to chat box to share directly.
Okay, so there's a very interesting question from Pinal Kumar saying, how do you measure energy consumption? That's a fantastic question. Because, you know, what we can measure in electronic devices is current drawn. We can measure voltage and we can measure current drawn. So voltage into current is power. Power is not energy, but energy is power into time. So how you measure energy is to measure instantaneous current and instantaneous voltage for a long duration, when as long as the device is operational. Then you can compute instantaneous energy, and you can instantaneous power and integrate over time to measure energy. For example, okay, a device may may be a sensor device. It does not sense all the time. It senses a particular parameter, let us say soil moisture content, say every 5 minutes. Okay, so between those 5 minutes, it is only a timer that is running, and the current consumption, it is say, is very small, 20 microamps, 30 microamps. Okay, and let's say voltage is 3.3 volts. So 3.3 volts into 20 microamps into 5 minutes is a small amount of energy that is expended during that sleep period. Then at the end of 5 minutes, it wakes up. Then it turns on the sensor. The sensor takes 10 milliamps or 20 milliamps. The sensor takes, let's say, 100 milliseconds to gather data. So 20 milliamps into 100 milliseconds into 3.3 volts is the energy consumed during sensing. Then that sensed data must be communicated. So you're transmitting it. During transmission, you use 300 milliamps, and transmission takes, say, 7 milliseconds. So 300 milliamps into 7 milliseconds into 3.3 volts is the energy consumed for transmission. At the end of the transmission, maybe it is waiting for some acknowledgement. So when it's waiting for an acknowledgement, it may be in receive mode. Receive mode may be 50 milliamps. So 50 milliamps into, say, 1 second while it is waiting for a reply, okay, into 3.3 volts is the energy for receive. And then after receiving an acknowledgement, it goes back to sleep. So this is an operational cycle which has instantaneous power drawn, which is different, but you capture all of it over time, and then you keep adding up all of that power over time, and then you can get the total energy spent for each transaction. And if the transaction rate is once every 5 minutes or once every 1 minute or whatever, you can compute the average energy, okay, per hour or per minute. So through 1 day, you can estimate how many milliamp hours of your battery is going to be expended. So a short answer is that you have to measure power energy by measuring power over time and be ready for changes in energy power consumption and accumulate all of that and then add it up. Okay, so the Q&A, how can we make sure underlying hardware of IoT is secure? Well, that's a very interesting question. So let us say that you have a device and then it's in your home, okay, and then you are reading some data from it. Okay, you are let's say that that device is going to open your garage door, okay, remotely. You don't want your neighbor to open your garage door. So your IoT device should not allow communication with somebody else. So the persons transmitting the data and the device receiving the data or vice versa must authenticate each other. If a particular IoT device is doing so by means of a password, then if that device is stolen, somebody can read the flash and find out the password. So what people are doing today is that they're having devices which generate the keys in dynamically and in real time. And each device creates its own key, which you can characterize at the factory. So at the factory, you take a device, it finds its unique key, okay, which is generated by the device and not stored in flash, and then create a public key, private key version of that. And that is one of the, most secure ways of identifying that the IoT device is really that particular IoT device. Otherwise, there are many other ways of having complex keys stored. As long as you are making sure that your device is not stolen and somebody can read the flash, you can make your device secure by using public key and private keys. You have to make sure that firmware upgrades to your device is not going to be compromised. For example, most devices today can take firmware upgrades from outside, right? Even your laptop will say, okay, upgrade is pending, can you do it? Then it will do it. But what if that upgrade is coming from some malicious source? He might actually download some firmware to your device, which will now make your device insecure. It will provide him a backdoor entry to your device. So you have to be very careful about things like firmware upgrade, where you have a trust zone. Only if it's a trusted source, you should take the data. So a lot of things people have been doing to make the hardware secure. Okay. So I understand, okay, I think we have some more time, but I think everybody enjoys a few minutes off to go have coffee or whatever before the next session begins. So if there are no more questions, I wish ICACIT all the best, and thanks so much again, Rabindra.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll conclude the session on behalf of ICACIT 2021 Organizing Committee. It's my pleasure to pay gratitude for the session's keynote speaker, Dr. N. Venkatesh, Senior Director Engineering, Silicon Lab, for his valuable address on wireless technologies in IoT. Sir has covered different aspects of wireless technologies that are in use today and explained why each of these technologies is quite important. Sir, discuss the structure of IoT connected devices with special requirements of IoT systems, choices of spectrum, different requirements of range and throughput of various protocols, network topologies. Sir explained with the 5G technologies. Overall, sir has provided deep insight on different options available today for building the complete system. So session was quite interesting and informative. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and thoughts. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much. Bye then. All the best for the rest of the thing. I will, of course, log in and listen to some of the other interesting sessions which are planned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're waiting for our next session, which will be starting in 25 minutes at 1 p.m. Indian time. So we can take a small break for the people to have some coffee, tea, and join us in 20 to 25 minutes. We'll have a session. Thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. Sir, can you share your screen? Yes, sir.
It's not the first time I'm using WebEx. Since that is
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know, sir. I know, sir. Sir, I know, sir. But sir, morning session na sir. So speaker has some problem. That's why. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Mute.
Hi. Yes, just a
Hello,
minute.
sir. Our Dean of Computer Science Engineering wants a meeting with you through WebEx or any other platform because they want to connect you for school purpose, means research and another thing, because you are newly appointed honorary professor. So that's why they want to meet you through online in 1 second. So I guess I am going to write you. So kindly reply back to your time so that I can arrange one meeting for them also.
Sure, but not after the keynote. Since after the keynote, I have a series of meetings of the IEEE Region 8.
Yes, sir, I know, sir. After, sir, next week or...
Okay, fine. That's no problem.
Yes, sir. Because your help is...
I will be happy.
Yes, sir. Sir, your help is required for us, sir.
I will be very happy to meet your dean.
Yes, sir. Okay, can we start, sir?
Anytime.
Yes, sir. Arul, start.
So as we now move on to the third session of our keynote speeches, we have yet to put another outstanding keynote speaker for you, who's going to talk about artificial intelligence for cloud computing and Internet of Things. His name is none other than Professor Vincenzo Puri. Professor Vincenzo Puri has received his PhD in computer engineering at Polytechnic of Milan, Italy. He is full professor in computer engineering at the Università of Milan, Italy. He has been associate professor at Polytechnic of Milan, Italy, and visiting professor at the University of Texas in Austin, USA, and visiting researcher at George Mason University, USA again. His main research interests are artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, intelligent systems, machine learning, pattern analysis and recognition, signal and image processing, biometrics, intelligent measurement systems, industrial applications, digital processing architectures, fault tolerance, cloud computing infrastructures, and Internet of Things. Original results have been published in 400 plus papers in international journals, proceedings of international conferences, books, and book chapters. He is fellow of the IEEE, distinguished scientist of ACM, and senior member of IANS. He is president of the IEEE Systems Council from 2020 to 2021, and IEEE Region 8 Director-elect from 2021 to 2022, and has been IEEE Vice President for Technical Activities, IEEE Director, President of the IEEE Computational Intelligence Society, Vice President for Education of the IEEE Biometrics Council, Vice President for Publications of the IEEE Instrumentation and Measurement Society, and the IEEE Systems Council, and the Vice President for membership of IEEE Computational Intelligence. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Vincenzo to the platform.
Thank you. Namaste. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here with you today. It's really unfortunately that I cannot be there in physical presence, but I really would love to visit you as soon as possible. Today, I will be happy to share with you some ideas about how we can use artificial intelligence in building advanced applications in the cloud and in the Internet of Things, and how we can use these technologies in managing this type of infrastructure. So basically, we are going to see the structure of cloud computing and Internet of Things, and how we can put in these infrastructures the artificial intelligence components for the applications, and how we can use the artificial intelligence tools for managing this type of applications. Cloud computing is very well known as a platform, as an infrastructure in which we have many components which are offered as a platform and many applications which are offered to the final users through this distributed infrastructure, so that the main advantage is that we have a scalable storage and computing structure that can be used on demand without the burden of purchasing and maintaining the infrastructure and managing the infrastructure in-house. This allows also to exploit the availability of many experts of the various components of the various services, so that the quality of the services can be very, very high, even if we do not have specific technical competencies in the various fields. And this type of infrastructure allow also to have an agile deployment of applications around the world, and the availability of resources and services in a seamless way. The cloud infrastructure basically are groups of machines interconnected through internet, to which we can access through internet itself. In this infrastructure, we allocate the resources to virtual machines, on top of which we run our own specific application. And this infrastructure offer us various supports to build our own applications. There are many providers in the world which offer the general infrastructure, as well as some providers which are offering specific components, specific tools, specific services for narrower areas. In many cases, what we can do to build our own applications, our own services, is to put together the offer of various providers, both big providers of infrastructure as well as niche provider of infrastructure and services, to be able to pick the best of the various offer on the market. In this case, what we need to do is actually to search for the most appropriate solution, for the most appropriate tool, component, and bring them together in building our application. More recently, we have a model for managing this combination of clouds, which is called the Cloud Federation. And in this case, we have a broker internal to the group federation, which help us in finding the most appropriate combination of services, picking the best from the various clouds. The Internet of Things is an infrastructure that allows us to connect various devices, sensors, actuators, mobile devices, cars, many diverse type of devices to the internet, and on this advanced applications. Typically, these applications are running on specific servers made available in the Internet of Things structure. But in many cases, more recently, we have the ability of using the interconnection infrastructure offered by the Internet of Things connected to the cloud, so that we can deploy our applications, our data in the cloud themselves. Internet of Things is very useful nowadays, since it is a structured distributed architecture which allows to put together heterogeneous components in an expandable structure, in a modular structure, so that we can, using the internet connection, we can plug in the various devices, and when the devices are connected, we can extract the data and process the data in a centralized server, or in a distributed cluster of servers, or even in the cloud computing. Typically, in fact, nowadays, we see that more and more who is employing the Internet of Things is using this type of infrastructure to define a standard way for connecting the devices and provide the connectivity to Internet and connect these devices to the world that we want to observe, with which we want to interact. But then we use the model of cloud computing to store the data, to process the data, to run the application, using which we can take a decision to manage the environment, the application environment that we are considering. In the case the communication, the amount of communication from the peripherals, from the sensors, the actuators, to the application in the cloud becomes significant, very heavy. In this case, we need to try to balance the need of processing the data in the cloud with the need of limiting the communication to the cloud from the sensors, from the peripherals, so that we do not use a huge amount of bandwidth, which may have a cost, which may delay the operation, which may delay the communication, and as a consequence may not be able to deal with real-time, especially hard real-time applications. For this purpose, is typical nowadays that we introduce intermediate levels like the fog computing, where we have localized data and processing, storage data and processing capabilities in order to more locally process the data, do some initial processing, and as a consequence limit the bandwidth which is required to send the relevant data for further processing in the application to the cloud. And this will allow to to manage the big amount of data coming from the peripherals, having a local connection, and limiting the amount of data that need to be transferred to the cloud. In some application where the data stream is very, very demanding in terms of communication bandwidth, we can even move some of the computation which is analyzing, preprocessing, extracting features directly to the edge of the entire architecture, really attached to the sensors or actuators, to the peripherals, so that the big amount of data that needed to be transferred is actually transferred locally only to this edge computing the components. From the global perspective, this type of infrastructure need to provide dependability and resilience, since we need definitely to ensure the continuity of service, even in the presence of possible faults occurring in the communication, in the processing, in the storage devices. On the other side, we need to ensure dependability for the security, since we need to be able to confine possible components which have been attacked by possible hackers, or in which we detect a possible threat, so that the remaining part of the infrastructure will remain secure and can continue to support our application in a secure mode. Similarly, for the data privacy, we may need to be able to ensure the dependability to protect the privacy of data. And as a consequence, we may need to provide some confinement of this data whenever there are possible threats, possible attacks in the network. but how we can use the artificial intelligence to provide more intelligence in our applications. Well, there are many companies which are investing a lot in offering artificial intelligence components in the cloud, in particular sub-symbolic artificial intelligence, which is also known as computational intelligence, neural network, fuzzy systems, and so on, in order to support the development of more advanced applications. Typically what we find in the market is a set of tools that we can use to build our artificial intelligence component, in which we can define the structure of, for example, our neural network. We can configure the neural network, we can run the learning process and configure the neural network or any other artificial intelligence technique, and build our own component based on these techniques, and then link this component to the various parts of our own application. To simplify the building of applications based on artificial intelligence, many companies, both the bigger companies as well as many companies specialized in specific sectors, are offering nowadays services, artificial intelligence services, so that we can actually do not really need to know the details of these technologies, but we can actually use the services as they are specified. And this type of services are available to collect the data from the peripherals, to manage the various hardware components, to analyze the data, to extract the relevant features from the data. And we have also services which are able to learn from the data, services that implement techniques for machine learning, for the various artificial intelligence techniques. On the other side, we have other type of services which allow us to build artificial intelligence models of the environment of the world that we are observing, so that we can use these models for a variety of applications. For example, we can use for prediction, for understanding the behavior of the system we are observing in the real world, and so on. There are also many other services which allow to build our application in a very interactive way, based on natural interaction, speech, vision, and so on, touch, so that the interaction will be much more natural, and artificial intelligence is embedded in these services, so that the understanding of the interaction will be offered directly by this type of services. Finally, we have on the market the offer of a variety of components, a variety of services for specific use cases that can be tailored and reused in similar situations, or components that can be modified, tailored, adjusted for the specific needs of our own application. The big advantage is that in this case, we do not need to be really expert in artificial intelligence, but we need just to have a general understanding, and then we can use the expertise of people who built the services in a seamless way, so that we do not need to enter in the internal. Then there are tools and services which allow to mine the data, to extract the knowledge from the data. Typically, the knowledge extraction available on the market nowadays is based on ontology, semantic rules, so that we collect the data in appropriate databases or in appropriate data models, and then running on this data, the analysis, we can really extract the relevant information to build the knowledge base that can be used for understanding the phenomena that we are observing in the real world, and provide opportunities for better decision to support decisions, to build decision support systems, and to create models for possible simulation of the environment, and for controlling or predicting the behavior of the environment. On the market, there are also data analytics infrastructure, data analytics tools, which put together the various components in a seamless way, so that we have the data to manage, the components to manage the data, to collect the data from the sensor, from the various sources, from the mobile devices, and then put together all these components in a data layer management, so that we can have a structured view of all type of data, independently from the sources. And we can add the various sources in a structured way, so that they will appear in the system as data sources available exactly in an homogeneous way. Then we have the data aggregation part, in which we put together in databases or in NoSQL infrastructure, depending on the type of data that we have, all information that we collected from the external world, and we have the appropriate tools to manage this huge amount of data, having a simpler access to them. We have then the data analytic layer, in which we have the tools to extract, to reduce the complexity of the data, to process this data, and provide a concise view of the knowledge which is embedded in the data themselves. Finally, we typically have the components which allow to visualize the results in a concise way, so that from a visual interface we can understand what is embedded in the data, and as a consequence learn how to manage the data, how to manage the systems that we are observing. In order to point out the critical aspects from the huge amount of data that we collected, we can also use the real-time monitoring component, so that we can specify which are the events, the occurrence, the patterns, the situations that deserve attention, or we can learn which are these type of situations which deserve attention, and point out them automatically to the personnel who is monitoring the system, so that they can act quickly on the specific situations, and as a consequence solve possible critical problems in our applications. What is important to point out is that the availability of cloud has been a huge facilitator of the use of artificial intelligence, since allowed actually to have a huge repository for the data, the opportunity for experimenting algorithm techniques on a huge amount of data, and on the other side, to share the knowledge about the artificial intelligence techniques, not only from the theoretical point of view, but also from the point of view of the tools, of the services. And as a consequence, it is much easier to build our own applications. Similarly, for observe that they allow to create a distributed intelligent processing infrastructure where we can deploy in the appropriate components the artificial intelligence services. For example, we can move locally near to the sensors, the analysis of the data, the filtering, the pre-processing, the noise removal, the feature extraction from the signal and the images, so that only these relevant features are actually forwarded to the components, to the devices where we have a more sophisticated analysis, possibly based on artificial intelligence. But how we can manage this type of infrastructures by using artificial intelligence, how we can exploit the capability offered by artificial intelligence for addressing the various needs in management. Well, actually, we can see in the literature and on the market that the artificial intelligence techniques have been shown effective in a broad variety of situations when we need to manage the various components and the various activities of our infrastructure. In particular, what we can do is to use the fuzzy systems or the machine learning or other techniques for extracting knowledge from previous use of the system and help non-expert users in understanding how to use this infrastructure, how to interact with the infrastructure, how specify their own needs, especially with the fuzzy systems, so the needs, the preferences, the operation that the user wants, even if the user is not an expert in these systems and want to have a more natural way for interacting with the infrastructure, so that he can or she can specify the needs even in the natural language. The selection of the cloud services is more and more important since we may need to have we may need to use a combination of components, and as a consequence, we may need to understand which is the most appropriate combination to address our needs. And this is important both in selecting the cloud and in selecting the various components in the multi-cloud. The neural network is offering opportunities for implementing this mapping, this selection, by taking into account various aspects, price, services, performances, the quality of the services, as well as the evolutionary computing can offer in the case of multi-objective optimization. It can offer the ability of combining the various components and performing the optimization in the most effective way. Fuzzy system is also useful in this case in order to specify the preferences, the needs that will be used to perform the optimization in a more natural way for the user. And machine learning in general can be used for the analysis of the previous cases, and as a consequence for building some significant reference points in the decision-making process. When we have our application, we need to distribute the various tasks in the multi-cloud or in the cloud federation by considering the various opportunities offered by the various components, by the various services available in the cloud. And also in this case, the artificial intelligence has been shown effective to perform this kind of mapping. When we need to build our application, we may need to choose the services and compose the best services, the most suited services to support our application. Also in this case, artificial intelligence has been shown effective to perform the selection and to aggregate the most appropriate services. Neural network has been shown effective for matching. Fuzzy systems have been shown effective for defining the preferences of the users, especially if they are not experts. And using ontologies, we can also build the knowledge on the previous cases so that we can guide the selection, or we can provide more information for the multi-objective optimization of the combination. When we have defined in the cloud the tasks where we wanted to put the various tasks, we need to allocate the appropriate resources of the system of the cloud infrastructure to the various tasks that we want to run. Eventually doing this in a dynamic way when we need to rebalance the workload in the various components. And also in this case, artificial intelligence has been shown effective to support this activity. On the other side, when we have defined the virtual machines that are more appropriate to support each of the tasks of our application, we then need to allocate the virtual machines in the cloud, in the various hosts. And also in this case, the neural network has been shown effective for the mapping, while the fuzzy system has been shown very effective for specifying in an easier way the constraints, the preferences, and so on. And of course, the evolutionary computing can really support the multi-objective optimization. The main problem that we have in managing this type of complex problem is that the optimization the function to be optimized may have many minima and maxima. And as a consequence, some of the more traditional techniques may remain stuck in some part of the domain of the solutions, while the evolutionary computing, since it's more free to move around in the domain of the solution, may jump here and there, exploring parts of the domain of the solution, which may be difficult to reach by some of the traditional optimization algorithms. And as a consequence, we may be able to escape from some of the local minima. When we have the tasks running in our infrastructure, the activity evolve in time. And what is important in order to understand the activities in the overall infrastructure, in the overall cloud infrastructure, we need to understand which are the demand during the operation of the various tasks. For this reason, it is important to be able to predict the behavior, the task activities, and in general, for each node of our architecture, it becomes important to be able to predict the workload that we have, so that in the case the workload exceed the appropriate limits, we can take actions in the system. Neural and fuzzy systems have been shown very effective in predicting the workload and the behavior of the tasks. When some nodes became very, very used by the tasks, they may not be able to answer to the request of the tasks. They may not be able to run the tasks in a very fast way as the application may demand. In this case, we may need to rebalance the workload, move some of the tasks, some of the virtual machine on another node in our architecture so that we reduce the workload on the overloaded nodes, allowing the tasks running on these nodes actually to run faster, satisfying the needs of the applications. Also in this case, the artificial intelligence has been shown very effective to support this dynamic rebalancing. But let's see how we can use the artificial intelligence to manage the Internet of Things infrastructure. Well, basically the problems are similar, since also in the Internet of Things infrastructure, like in the cloud computing, we needed to allocate the resources to the various tasks of our application deployed in the Internet of Things structure. We need to perform eventually the dynamic allocation of the resources when we have the need of more resources, when the resources need to be shared among various applications. And also in this case, the neural network have been shown effective to perform the allocation of the tasks. The evolutionary computing has been shown effective to perform the multi-objective optimization of the allocation when needed in the system. And the fuzzy system, as usual, has been able to provide a very effective tool to specify the needs, the preference, the constraints imposed by the users, by the designers of the applications on the specific characteristics of the services required to the Internet of Things infrastructure by using an approach which is as near as possible to the natural language, the natural expression of the users. And this simplifies a lot the interaction. Also in the case of the Internet of Things, we need to understand where to put the various tasks. And we need to understand when the processing nodes may be overloaded due to the many tasks we allocated there, and the evolution of the task activities, which became more and more demanding on the system. For this reason, we need to act in advance, as we did in the cloud, understanding which are the behaviors of the various tasks and be able to predict the behavior of the task, so that in advance we can know when one of the nodes may become overloaded, and as a consequence when proper action may be needed. Similarly, what we can do is from the analysis of the task behavior, what we can do is to predict the workload for the various components in the system, and as a consequence trigger the proper actions. Neural and fuzzy prediction have been shown very effective, very flexible, capable to learn from what happened in the past. Also in the case of Internet of Things, we can do the rebalancing of the workload to take into account the activities of the evolving activities of the various applications, of the various tasks, and to ensure possible the appropriate treatment of possible issues with respect to dependability, both for the fault management as well as for the possible threat that may have, security threat that may occur in the system, since we are anyway dealing with an internet infrastructure. And the artificial intelligence has been shown effective both to detect this critical situation, especially with the neural networks, specify the constraints, giving the management guidelines to deal with this kind of issues, especially by using fuzzy system, and then to perform the multi-objective optimization for the reallocation of the tasks by evolutionary computing. Energy management is also another very important aspect in this type of infrastructure, since we need to be sure to manage the energy usage in an intelligent way in order to reduce as much as possible the energy consumption while providing the desired level of services to the applications, but reducing the energy consumption allow to reduce the cost of running this type of infrastructure, and as a consequence allow to limit the burden on the users, since we can limit the price of using this type of infrastructure. Energy prediction for the various nodes, for the various activities is therefore very important, so that in advance we can understand when the situation may become critical in some nodes from the energy point of view, and as a consequence take the appropriate actions, including possible reallocation of the tasks of the various activities, so that we can keep the energy consumption low. Similarly, what we may need to do is to run the optimization of the global infrastructure, understanding the possible needs of additional components to deal with the activities in the system at the desired level of performance, but also by considering the energy and the continuity of service that we want to offer in the system. In fact, the fault management and the resilience are very important in this kind of system, so that we can offer a seamless infrastructure even in the presence of a fault or other type of malfunctioning in the system. What we may need to do is to have components which allow to perform the reallocation of the activities in the case of fault, but we do want also to act in advance in a proactive way, so that we can consider doing the reallocation or taking appropriate actions for managing faults which did not occur yet, but are expected to occur in the near future. So we can run fault prediction techniques which allow to identify which are the critical components that are expected to become faulty, and as a consequence start the dynamic reallocation of the tasks in advance, so that these tasks do not crash during the operation. And artificial intelligence has been shown effective both for the mapping, for the remapping, and for the prediction. Another aspect which is very, very important is the security. And also in this case, we can use artificial intelligence to detect possible intrusion, possible presence of malware by analyzing and classifying the security pattern that we observed in the system. It is important also to guarantee a specific level of trust in the infrastructure, especially for some mission critical application for which the trustability of the architecture is really important. We need to remind that we are in a network, and as a consequence, attacks through the network may occur. Neural and fuzzy system and machine learning have been shown very effective for classifying the trust level, for predicting the behavior of the system from the point of view of the trust by analyzing the behavioral patterns. Another aspect related to security is the analysis of the threats, so that we can predict the vulnerability of the various components, and eventually act in advance to confine the parts which may appear more keen to security threat, and to act in advance on them. On the other side, if we have applications that need a very, very secure environment, we can take the analysis of the security prediction as a guideline to perform the allocation of these tasks in the infrastructure. And also in this case, artificial intelligence has been shown very effective for both for the detection and for the possible prediction of the security level. For monitoring the overall behavior and managing the overall behavior both of cloud and Internet of Things, we need to observe many parameters and take the appropriate decision on when we have possible critical situation from the management point of view. This is very difficult when we have a complex infrastructure like cloud and Internet of Things, since we need to observe many information. As a consequence, a monitoring system which allows to collect this information in a concise view and point out which may be the possible critical situation really help the personnel who is responsible for running this infrastructure. And since they will be able to filter the various situations and attract the attention of the personnel on the real critical issues in a quick way. Fuzzy system has been shown effective for specifying these parameters, for analyzing the behavior of the system, and neural network and fuzzy system and machine learning have been shown effective to detect and analyze the anomalies so that we can point them out to the personnel in an easier way. The last aspect that has been studied in the literature and experimented by using artificial intelligence is the pricing of this type of infrastructure. How we set the price. We need to do an analysis of the market, predict the needs of the market, and then set the price in the most appropriate way so that we can keep the price low for attracting customers, but we need to keep also the price sufficiently high to have sufficiently revenues to manage the infrastructure and invest in the infrastructure. Also in this case, the artificial intelligence has been shown very effective to predict the market trends, the user demand, and as a consequence, as a support, a decision support system for the decision makers so that they can fix the appropriate pricing based on observation of what is happening in the environment. So which are the contribution in summary of what I presented you today? Well, we need definitely in the cloud and in the Internet of Things infrastructure to provide the opportunity of deploying more adaptive, more flexible, more intelligent components to build the applications in a better way, so that they can take into account what happened in the past and learn from the past events, from the past activities, how to deal better with the specific environment considered by the application. On the other side, we definitely need to consider using artificial intelligence for managing as additional tools for managing this type of infrastructure, since the statistical approaches can give us a statistical method for analyzing the data. But in many cases, what we may have to do is to choose a priori a model for the data, and this may not be always easy and accurate. So it may take really a lot of analysis and a lot of experiment in order to find what we expect to be the most effective data. Artificial intelligence, on the other side, is able to perform an analysis, especially with some sub-symbolic approaches that do not need to choose a priori a model, but build the model from the analysis of the data. And artificial intelligence, as a consequence, has been shown effective to build smart applications and to support the management of the cloud and Internet of Things infrastructure in a broad variety of functions. The selection of the components, the allocation and mapping of the tasks and the resources, and the global optimization of the various aspects. Thank you. If you have questions, I will be very happy to answer.
Participants, if any question, kindly write to chat box to directly to sir. Kindly write in the chat box.
I do not see any question in the chat.
Hello, sir. We have a Professor Manish, Dean SCSE. So, sir. Hello, Manish, sir.
Yes.
Hello, Manish, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Professor Vincenzio.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. How are you doing?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Professor, how are you?
Fine. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm absolutely fine. It was a very informative, talk from you, and not only a lot of the viewers, even I was enlightened by it, and it was a very knowledgeable. You put together a lot of things for the knowledge of all the viewers watching.
Thank you for the appreciation.
And I hope, when this pandemic phase is over, we could invite you over to our university, and maybe the professors and the assistant professors and the students could benefit from your wide-ranging and deep knowledge in the subject.
I will be very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice having you. And thanks once again, for giving such an informative speech. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Namaste, everybody.
Can kindly give formal vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'll conclude the session on behalf of ICACIT 2021 Organizing Committee. It's my pleasure to pay gratitude for this session. Keynote speaker, Professor Vincenzo Puri, Professor, University of Milan, Italy, for his valuable address on artificial intelligence for cloud computing and Internet of Things Sir has shared his idea about how can we use artificial intelligence in building advanced application in cloud and Internet of Things. Sir discussed the structure of cloud computing and Internet of Things along with their services. He beautifully explained how can we use these technology in managing different types of infrastructures. The session was quite informative. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts in such a wonderful way. Thanks a lot for your valuable time. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating in this keynote speeches. From this session, we'll be moving over to the technical presentation session, which will be starting at 2 p.m. Indian time, which will be like 15 minutes from now. We will then have our keynote speech again at 5:30 Indian time after the technical session and technical presentations. Thank you so much for participating in this keynote session.
वाला
क्या है सर? एबिलिटी टू एनालाइज है
ये एबिलिटी टू आइडेंटिफाई डेवलप डिजाइन सॉल्यूशन फॉर इंडस्ट्री सोसाइटी प्रॉब्लम, ये नहीं है? कितने हैं सर पीएसओ आपके पास?
2 पीएसओ हैं, 3 पीईओs हैं, ये ले लो मेरे से।
पीएसओ बताना सर, पहला कौन सा है? एबिलिटी टू एनालाइज।
पीएसओ ना, एबिलिटी टू वर्क विद इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज इन कंप्यूटर रिक्विजिट टू इंडस्ट्रीज 4. इन कंप्यूटिंग रिक्विजिट टू इंडस्ट्री 4. ये सर एनबीए के टीप रखे हैं किसी ने, मेरी मानो बात, असली कहानी ये है। ये रहा देखो,
ये सर भेजो फिर।
ये इसमें आ गई ना वो बात, इंजीनियरिंग प्रैक्टिस लर्न थ्रू इंडस्ट्री इंटर्नशिप, और मैंने इसमें पीओ, पीएसओ, पीईओ, विजन और मिशन सारा लिख रखा है, और यही मैंने आपको भी दिया होगा।
मैं 1 मिनट अपनी ड्राइव एक्सेस करना मैडम, वो वाली एससीएससी डाटा की, एससीएससी डाटा की ड्राइव एक्सेस करना, इसमें मिशन विजन करके ये सर पुराना जो डाटा हम स्क्रैच नहीं करते ना, सारी प्रॉब्लम उसकी वजह से हो रही है। मल्टीपल स्टेज पे डाटा पड़ा हुआ है, ड्राइव पे वैसे अपडेटेड करा था, उसमें स्क्रैच कर देता।
और मैं एक बार ये डॉक्यूमेंट बनाने के बाद और उस डॉक्यूमेंट को देखते नहीं।
एससीएससी डाटा का फोल्डर देते हैं, एससीएससी डाटा एक्चुअली कंट्रोल कॉपी नहीं है ना, सिग्नेचर पे चेक करना प्रॉब्लम। मैडम भी इतने चेंज करवा देती है कभी।
अरे वो चेंज बहुत कर रही है ना,
10 वर्जन हो जाते हैं एक चीज के। SCSE डाटा फोल्डर है, फोल्डर यहाँ पे लिखो ना, सर्च करो SCSE डाटा।
डॉक्टर साहब मिल गई अब आपको फाइल?
पहले मेरे पास
नहीं बात नहीं, मुझे वो बच्चे ला के दो ना, उसमें से छांट के, जिसके जो एप्लीकेशन है उनको। वो अब तो सीओई ने नया नोटिस निकाल दिया, वो कह रहा है वेकेशन एग्जाम ही भरवा दो, हम करवा देते हैं। तो
अभी हो जाएगी आधे घंटे, क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी।
अब यार आप आते ही नहीं हो कैसे जाएगी? मुझे आपके आदमी मेरा खून जला रहे हैं, मुझे कह रहे हैं कि वो काम कर रहे हैं, फिर मैं पकौड़े तल रहा हूँ।
नहीं ऐसा नहीं है,
सारा कमाल की बात है।
सबमिट कर देते हैं, 5th सेमेस्टर का काम चल रहा है, सुबह से वो सबमिट हो रही है अभी। उसके बाद बीटेक 3rd।
नहीं वो कुछ भी कर रहे हैं यार, ये तो आप 2 मिनट एक प्रिंट आउट निकाल के ले आओ,
क्योंकि उसमें डेटा इतनी वो है कि 3 बच्चे हैं, 3 में एक तीनों के सेम नंबर है, उसमें 1 फेल है और 2 पास। प्रॉब्लम यहाँ तो अभी आज, लेकिन जो एब्सेंट की लिस्ट है वो मैं भी दे रहा हूँ आपको 15 मिनट के अंदर सभी सेमेस्टर।
भाई हमें उन्हीं बच्चों को तो मेल करनी है कि भाई वेकेशन एग्जाम भर ले फटाफट, और जब वो वेकेशन भर लेंगे तो उनका पेपर नहीं हो जाएगा, तो और वाई कराना है, नंबर भेज देंगे, खत्म हो गया।
सर अभी 10-15 मिनट के अंदर आ जाएगा।
What do you want? What is this?
So from you, which one is for result updation?
क्या है सर?
you.